Ladies and gentlemen, please come into the main hall and take your seats. We'll be starting in a few minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? I said, hello, everybody. How's it going? Ah, that's more like it. Hello. It's nice to meet you all. My name is Nathan. Everyone say, hi, Nathan. What are all of your names? Okay, on the count of 3, you're all going to say your names. We're going to get to know one another. There's not that many people here, but there's just enough that we can get to know one another. So on the count of 3, you're going to say your name. 1, 2, 3. Got it. Memorized. Perfect. Ready to go. It's nice to be here with you all. Welcome to Mind Grenades, and give yourselves a round of applause for being here. Yeah. Here we are. So I'll tell you a little bit about myself really quickly. I am sort of new to this kind of space. I traveled here from New York. I've been getting to know the folks from Dwday, the company that's hosting this and inviting you into this adventure. And it's kind of a new context for me because my background is in philosophy, and I used to teach. And that's probably why I'm going to give you a lot of instructions over the course of the day, calls and responses and things like that, because that's what I'm used to doing. But this is a new context for me, but I'm here because I'm excited about the ideas that we're going to talk about. I really like ideas. I like philosophy, and I like creative approaches to the intersection between philosophical ideas and ideals and actual action here in the world. So that's what brings me here, and I'm curious, what brings you here? I mean, what does bring you here? I'm just going to sort of walk amongst you for a second to get to know you. Well, you I know why you're here. What brings you here? What's your name?
Rakesh.
Rakesh? Everybody say, hi, Rakesh. Aren't they friendly? Rakesh, what brings you here?
I'm curious about the data ownership questions.
This is a good reason to be here. That's a good reason to be here. That's exactly what we're going to talk about. How about you? What's your name?
Luis.
Everybody say, hi, Luis. Luis, what brings you here?
Andre.
Andre brings you here. Same here, actually. Who here is here because of Andre? Okay, that's good. Round of applause for Andre. How about you? What's your name?
Duffy.
Duffy? Mm-hmm. Everybody say hi, Duffy. Duffy, what brings you here besides the scone?
Well, I was going to say the scone, but now that you took that off the table, CJ.
CJ brings you here. Okay, excellent. Round of applause for Duffy's scone as well. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, let's get started. We got a lot of stuff we want to cover. I would like to just sort of get today off on a sort of maybe unusual note. Well, I don't really know how tech conferences usually start, because like I said, this is not my context. But I was thinking we could start it off musically with an improvisation, a musical improvisation, just to sort of get the blood moving a little bit. Are you down with that? Does that sound attractive to you? If you're not, then I'm so sorry, because that's what's going to happen. It's a little early, you know what I mean, for music, but I'm going to freestyle. I'm going to do a little freestyle song, okay? And here's what I'd like you to do. I would like to, when I ask you to repeat something, repeat it, because we're here about mind grenades, and so I really want to I want all of us to collectively have our minds blown right at the start. I even brought an explosion sound effect. Listen to this sound. Whoa. That was a mind grenade. Here's check this part out. You want to try one together? Okay, so we'll do the near, and then when I thrust the microphone in your direction, I want to hear your best explosion sound, like you're 6 years old. Okay, ready? That was super satisfying. Okay, so now we're going to do some music just for a second, just to get loose. And I really, maybe you want to stand up and dance? Is it too early to dance? Let's stand up and dance, shall we? It's too early? Okay, everybody except Amy, stand up and dance. You hear that? You feel that? Just move yourself around a little bit. All right, let's do this, everybody. Coming off the top, hear the rhymes I say. I'm about to blow your mind with some mind grenades. So when I say mind, you say grenades. Mind. Hey, all my people, thanks for showing up. Everything you thought you know, we're about to blow it up. So when I say mind, you say grenades. Mind. I'm just expressing what's been on my mind lately. I want everyone to stand up and dance unless your name is Amy. Yeah, exactly, I'm about to kick it funky. I got a poem, I wish I had a scone like Duffy. Exactly, that's the way I rock it fresh. Coming fresh on the mic, rocking out with my new friend Rakesh. Yeah, that's the way that I'm rocking free. It's a good thing you're here, we're gonna discuss the data economy. Yeah, I be like, ooh geez, I'm making lots of new friends, like my new friend Louise. My name is Nathan, coming off the top, I got lots to say, like many of us here. You're here because of Andre. Yeah, hear the rhymes I say. Now when I say mine, you say grenade. Mine. All right, round of applause for yourselves, everybody. That's a good way to get it started. The entire thing is going to be rap. It's just rap all day. It's just a weird, nerdy, white rap show. That's what this is. So welcome to the future of data. No, okay. So let's switch the slide. Let's switch the slide. CJ, thanks. Round of applause for CJ switching the slides. Cool. Here is the kind of stuff we're talking about today. I just want to set the stage and sort of create the conceptual vessel that will pilot us through this adventure. And it's called Mind Grenades because we're trying to blow your mind in this specific way. We're trying to do this on these 3 different sort of topics. And the first one, to encapsulate this first sort of territory we're exploring, data is potential. What does that mean? It means we're trying to reclaim our ownership of our data, yes, but really conceptually position ourselves to our data in a way that totally transforms how we conceive of value in this world. I did not think of this until I started talking with Andre about it, but my data is the imprint that I make on the world. And so every single action I take in this world that's increasingly informational and information inundated is something of value. There's nothing that I can do that doesn't create value in that sense, because it's information that can be valuable to someone. And if it can be valuable to someone, it can be valuable to me. Does that make sense? Follow me? I love checking in. When I have a microphone, I just feel drunk with power. I'm actually kind of a quiet person when I don't have one, but bear with me, all right? So, data is potential. Number 2, a new data economy. The corollary of this, or the way this maps onto our macroeconomic concerns and sociopolitical concerns in this world, is that we can totally reimagine. If we're totally reimagining value, we can reimagine the economy. We're looking at a new world where the very way we conceive of how we exchange is through the data that we create, which our view is that this is an equalizing force, that this can create a sense of empowerment for people economically that has been heretofore impossible. And we're going to expand on what that means. Does that make sense? Rakesh, you getting your money's worth so far? Okay, good. The third principle, the fierce urgency of now. Everyone say fierce. No, say fierce, fiercely. Ready? Fierce. That was, Brett's was good. Brett's was the best. So the fierce urgency of now, the point is that there is some urgency in this. You know, I'm not, like I said, this is not my world. So I've never really invested in anything, actually. I'm a pretty broke human being. But I'm trying to change that as of now. If you wanted to invest in AI right now, it would probably be too late, or at least this is what I'm told, because even though it's the new thing that has already gone forth, this is the moment for data. This is the moment to recognize the possibilities of the new data economy. And so this is this third concept that we really want to awaken the plausibility of collaboratively getting in on this in this moment. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. So in order to sort of paint in the most sort of broad strokes and create the scope, the sense of scope that we're looking at here, we're going to start off by looking at a few quotes. So here is a quote. This is a quote from Andre Veloso himself, and I'm going to read it to you, and hopefully it'll help sink in some of these concepts we're talking about. The software industry is both increasingly instrumented to capture valuable data and increasingly dependent upon valuable data to produce good software. So the value that we create for them is something that's helping drive the world. AI, which depends on that data, can help us create a better world, but it is your data that will get people beyond better. You are creating the substance that AI uses to continue to affect and alter and improve our lives. Does it make sense why that's the case? We have the power to reignite economic growth and help regenerate the planet simply by owning what already belongs to us, our data. The gift we've already given to ourselves just by existing in this informational world. Next slide, CJ. Here is another handful of quotes, and this is sort of a comparison. So here's a pair of quotes from Mark Andreessen. Familiar with Mark Andreessen? And then a couple of quotes from Andre. So Andreessen on the left, Andre on the right. And the idea here is to sort of create a continuity between some of these ideas, but also a slight alteration in emphasis, or at least this is my view, and Andre can expand on this more, position this the way that he feels is most true to his ideas, but the way I see it is this. If we have quotes like this, software is eating the world, AI will save the world, there is an intense, almost militant techno-optimism in this. And this can be estranging to some people. Like when I read Andreessen's manifesto, I was like, yeah, this is a little weird. I like to, community garden and stuff, and rap about philosophy. This might not be my thing. I'm not sure about this. And yet I see a little essence of truth in it, but it felt estranging. And to me, part of what's going on with this movement with Drumwave and what's attractive to me about this is humanizing it, connecting it back to our matter and our experience, our material being, because that's the source point of our data in the first place. And so there's a sense of reclaiming what's actually here and not leaving the past behind in a sort of radical post-human futurism. And so to sort of zhuzh these quotes in that direction, Andre's version is software has already eaten the world, data will regenerate the world, will restore our sense of relationship with the world because data is ultimately about relationship. It's the imprint that I make on the world recorded in some stored form that then has meaning because of my relationships with other human beings. Does that make sense? It's a lot of words. If it didn't make sense, well, we got to move on. So just, sit tight. All right, so, still feeling good? If you're still feeling good, let me hear you say, I'm still feeling good. What'd you say? Grenades. Oh, yeah, you want to do another one? Ready? It's a little faint, but I'll let you rest for a moment. Okay, now I'm going to invite us to watch a video. So this video is called The Stellar Economy, and it's about envisioning what the possibilities in the future could be if we make this transition. So this is our broad stroke painting of what a data economy world could look like in the future. It's an imagination of that, and that's going to set the tone for the explorations that we do today. All right, take it away.
July 20th, 1969. We made first contact.
3 feet per second, contact now. Is done.
Half a century since the moon landing. We still wonder, why not go for the stars?
Right away. That was a beautiful one.
We know how to reach Mars, populate it, breathe life into it, and just as the moon landing, create exponential growth for everyone.
The day we have the power to turn Mars into Earth, we will have the power to turn Earth into Earth.
But there's a math problem between us. Currently, the US space budget is only 30% relative to GDP compared to what it was during Apollo 11. In order to reach Mars, we need to hyperscale. A stellar economy. The data economy financial system is aimed to raise global GDP to the quadrillions, advancing our ascent to a Type 1 civilization within decades. Because people now own their data, they're unbiased towards traditional currencies. That's how we bridge the gap between trust and value. That's how we'll close the gap between Mars and Earth. The wallet. Your life. Your story. Your data.
So, simple as that. That's what we're trying to make happen. All right, and now without further ado, let's really get into the substance of this stuff. So I'm going to welcome to the stage the founder and CEO of Drumwave, and somebody who's a new friend in my life. Like I said, this context is new to me, but I felt very invited into this space by this person who I consider an artistic mind and a beautiful mind and a person with a great heart. Round of applause for Andre Veloso.
Thank you. Thank you. Do I need to turn on? Oh, I can listen? Cool. Thank you. Thank you all for coming today, for making the time so early. It's a lot of fiction, right? Science fiction. We need to just spice it a little bit with that. But I'm going to try to show you, introduce you, what is going to be the result of this, the vision of how we're going to land data ownership rights starting today in the US. The first time we touched the ground here. So, should I just, yeah, I'm good, just one. So this is Rita, and he's already data rich. Because mommy and daddy, they opened a data savings account for Rita. Because they know she's gonna use her data for personal, professional, and financial reasons when she grows up, right? This is, the next one is Josh. It's the same story, same narrative. Josh is also data rich. Mommy and daddy, they open a data savings account for Josh because they know he's gonna use his data as he grows up, thank you. As he grows up, he's gonna learn about himself, learn about his family, about the world around him, all using data, right? Everything using data. The next one is Hannah. Hannah, grandmother passed away. She inherited two things, the house and diabetes. To get the house, inventory, mortgage, uncle pissed off, sister jealous. To get diabetes, no one said a word. But Hannah owns diabetes the same way she owns the house. She inherited that. We just didn't have the instruments and how to help her to get the ownership of her data. Diabetes is a big business, right? Pharmaceutical and many other things. The next one is Kevin. He's retired, he does yoga, he does meditation, he eats without gluten. He's perfect, right? But he's also a guinea pig. He's serving data 24/7 for 3 companies. And the last one is Chris. I think everyone here has been into this experience when you go to the supermarket, you go grab a box, see the brand, and then you flip the box backwards because you're more interested in the data about what is contained in the box. So what I'm trying to show you guys here is that this behavior is already around us. So everybody uses data, and we just need to capture it the right way. So what we're gonna experience here is exactly what started to happen in 2022 May. The technology paradigm started to shift, this time from software to data. And it's gonna go through data privacy to data ownership, and it's gonna take us from data poor to data rich. This is something that everybody, every time I show this is a lot of information, right? But there's a way to show you guys this, which is a little more simple. Let's split in 2 halves. Everybody here, all of us, we were born and raised as the stack of technology evolved from mainframe to data. So through this path, we had 3 revolutions, and all of us, we experienced those 3 revolutions very well. The first one was the personal computer. What we did, we delivered people computers. So you have processing power now. And we brought people to the stack. The second one is the internet revolution. I used to call it personal connection. Personal computer, personal connection, right? Now we are all connected. Can you come back? Thank you. Connected, we empowered people again. We brought more people to the stack, right? Then suddenly, we went to the mobile, and we gave you a computer and a connection 24/7. As this thing moved, right, you saw China as we know it, it appeared right here. India, as we know it, it appeared right here, producing software, right? But suddenly, 2022, May, three things has happened. First one, NASDAQ dropped down 28%. Second one, Apple said, privacy, that's iPhone, and stopped for the first time the stack. And in Brazil, the Central Bank of Brazil launched PIX, which is an instant payment method that scaled faster than anything we have ever seen, right? That's an API play. It's not an application play. So why I'm trying to show you this to you guys, because this one was the shift from hardware to software. And if we were having a beer at a beach back in '77, right? And I tell you guys, well, GDP is gonna jump from $7.3 trillion to $84.2 trillion. Nobody's gonna believe it, right? So let's see what is gonna happen if the same thing repeats. It's just an educated guess, right? If the same thing repeats, we're gonna need to have like 3 revolutions, right? Since we deliver computers, internet, and computers and internet to people 24/7, we need to deliver something to you, right? This is gonna be your data. That's what we believe. The next revolution is the data revolution, and it's based on data ownership rights. The second revolution, I really love a guy called Hans Moravec. Hans, he defined robota. It's a Russian word. Robota means serve. It's serving you, right? And he said that when we got super automated, super efficient, we're gonna retire at birth, start to retire at birth. And it makes a lot of sense, right? But you need the data to feed the machines and to give it back to you. And the last revolution, which I think is a pretty good idea, right? You're just gonna regenerate the world. Because now you're hyper-automated, you're super efficient, you have data ownership rights, and the challenges we're gonna face are, let's fix the relationships, the planet, the ocean, the forest, the cities, and a lot of things like that. So this is pretty much what we've been working around for the last 7 years, like non-stop. Right? And we have put a very, very strong team together to deliver this vision. Let's go to the next one. The energy that allows this thing to happen is the fact that big tech and big finance, they're colliding right now. And the center of this collision is data ownership rights. And it's funny to watch this little detail here, right? Data cap has become the new market cap. But if you look to the top 5 companies, data companies of the planet, by market cap, they're worth like $9.5 trillion. And if you look to the top 5 banks of the world, $1.2 trillion around that, there's $8 trillion asymmetry in between the ones that process almost all the data and the ones that process almost all the money of the planet. But then you can tell me, well, Andrea, this is market cap, right? This is only perception. I can agree with you. Yeah, it is. But let's go down into the economy layer by layer, like food, services, telecom, you name it. Go down, health, all the way down to me, you, anyone here, anyone in the street. Asymmetry with us is 100%. You can wire your money, you can withdraw, you can help friends and family. You have 100% autonomy over your money. You keep your money in the bank, your data is in the cloud, you can manage your money, you just cannot manage your data. Other people manage your data, right? Consumers bear 100% asymmetry between all the money and data they process every day. Everything we do generates data and value. Even sleeping, you're generating data that is valuable. Right? Now, the next slide. So now I'm gonna call Chris here. Chris just started to work with us like 2 months. He's a UX designer, right? A researcher. And we've been doing something that we have never done before. And we're gonna introduce you, Carolina, which is a persona we've been mapping, talking to through the time. Thank you, Chris. I'm gonna run this first part, and then I'll send you the second one.
Yeah.
So Carolina is 22 years old. She's just out of college. She's taking control of her life, and she wants to take control of her data. She's curious about all the data she produces every day, just like every one of us. She's aware that data has value. She knows companies monetize her data, and she's starting to think, how much is it worth? What is the value of this data? The problem here is that this is the US Carolina, right? She's paying all this money to process data every year. Like 3 fast questions, right? Who pays for the energy that goes here? Who pays for the carrier? Who bought the chipset that pumps data in and out of this phone? You, me, everyone here. Download, upload, everything we do here, I think that we're paying to process 50% of the data of the planet. So this is not a philosophical question. This is not a legal problem because privacy has already started to fix this problem. It's a financial problem. If you're paying to process 50% of the data of the planet, I believe you have the rights for the value of this data, right? So here's the thing here again. One more slide. So what Carolina is going to do? She's going to get her D-Wallet, and she's going to open a data savings account. And she's going to start saving her data for the future. Carolina is going to start to collect location data, device-level data, from herself to herself. There's no Google, there's no Android, there's no Apple that is going to tell you that your location data is not yours. It belongs to you, right? Then she's going to request for data for the companies that she has relationships with. She's going to send requests for data for the companies that she has in the phone, on an email, in every touch point of her daily life. So now, Chris, please, I'll give you this one here. This is an amazing job the research group is making here, and I think you guys are going to love to see it.
Thank you. I'm Chris. I'm user research manager. Yeah, thank you. From Dwday Research Labs, and I want to say welcome to the data economy. Give a round of applause for that. I want to convince you today that data ownership is created through the ideas and the actions of everyday people. In today's digital age, data has become an integral part of our lives. However, the concept of data ownership is still new for many people. This is where Carolina comes in. She's a proto-persona that was created as an ideal way that people might form a relationship to their data. She represents a generation that is waking up to the importance of data ownership. So, in our journey to understand how we get to Carolina, we went to everyday people across the United States. We spoke to future data owners from various backgrounds all over the place, and the needs of future data owners are clear. We must nurture their curiosity about data. We must raise awareness about its value and prepare individuals to step into the data economy with confidence, like we expect Carolina to do. So our conversations with these people revealed a spectrum of attitudes about data sharing. Some were open to sharing their data and trusted companies with their data, while others were more protected and wanted to conceal their data. But the common thread was a feeling of hopelessness. They were stuck between inadequate privacy and no transparency about how the hell their data was being used. Do you know how your data is being used? So, this is what we found. Please.
Not actors. Those are not paid actors. This is real people in the street.
Not paid actors. These are people I talk to
It's paid actors.
awkwardly.
Yeah, those are not.
These are people that I awkwardly invited to sit down for a 10-minute interview. Some here all over the Bay Area, okay? Not paid actors, thank you. But this is simply what we found is that two options are not enough. When we give people the option between asking app not to track or just allowing companies to widely use their data, they said these are both bad options. One actually said, you know, is it too much to ask that I give my email to a company that I love and then I get 10 emails from companies that I don't? They didn't really trust that asking companies not to track would actually work. They didn't really think whenever they tapped allow that it was really transparent enough to know what the hell they were allowing companies to do. So for the first time in their digital lives, so when given a third option to own your data, which Drumwave and the D-Wallet will provide, the respondents became curious. They said they'd never thought about data ownership before because they'd never been given the option to. Some even saw, this option represented for them control, transparency, and empowerment. For the first damn time in their digital lives, they expected to have a transparent view of their data and to be able to benefit from its value. Some even saw this as the dawn of a new era, a movement that could shift the power the power balance and return it back to the people. They felt like data ownership was powerful. So, now it's time to turn the microphone over to the people. Let's listen to their stories, understand their perspectives on data, and explore how we can collectively redefine the system.
I really like the idea of like owning my own data and like asking companies to then pay me because they're using me as well. That's such a cool idea. Never thought about that before.
It just seems like stuff always gets leaked of data from companies. So even if it's in a secure thing, someone hacks it and it gets out anyways. So okay. I guess I'm under the false assumption that asking the app not to track means that it's more secure.
To me, maybe it is priceless. Like my information, and I guess the personal damages that I could incur if my data was not secure, was being used by other people. But to others, I have no idea how much it is worth to someone who isn't me. Okay.
It says you can generate value, so I'm assuming if that means I can sell or get a discount or something at certain places because I allowed them to have my data, then I'd be interested in that.
Again, it would probably depend on like the value proposition of them selling. Like, how is you selling my data to this other company going to benefit me? And if there's no tangible benefit, it's like I'm going to want most of that back because I'm doing you a favor by letting you sell it. If it's like, oh, this is going to provide this kind of a service for you that'll make this better, it's like, okay, I'd be willing to like negotiate a lower rate. But like, if it's strictly like part of like the business of selling data, then it's like I should be getting most of that money because it's my data.
Recently, I've been thinking about it anytime I go to the grocery store and enter in my phone number, which I've done for years, you know, since I've been an adult. But I'm just now realizing that's them tracking my purchases and them collecting my data.
If consumers demand it and they start, saying, well, I'm not doing Facebook until they change X, Y, Z. I'm not doing TikTok until they change this. Whatever. And unless they demand that, it's never going to change because companies have no reason to change it. They have no, they have no incentive to change it at all. But I do think that like sleeping dragon could be awakened, the sleeping dragon of consumer anger about how the hell did we get in this situation?
The people working together, this could be powerful if there could be a movement of, on some moral level, everybody own your data and we can change the world in a way, making these big data companies rethink their model that sometimes works for us, but also sometimes really works against us. So own your data makes me think, me owning my data, maybe not a big deal. Millions of people owning their data could be a before and after type of thing.
So Carolina's story is not unique. It represents the potential within all of us to become data owners, to understand the value of our data, and to take control of our digital lives. The journey to data ownership is just beginning, and it's time for each of us to play our part. So let's embrace curiosity, seek knowledge, and prepare ourselves because the data-driven future awaits. I'll hand it back over to you. Thank you.
Keep it going for Chris and Andre. That was a good movie. How are you feeling? Still feeling good? That was very tepid and hesitant. Well, actually, you checked in with yourself, and then you said, yeah. If you're still feeling good, say, I'm still feeling good. Those are very different sounds that you made. Okay, so we're going to keep it going. We've now begun to examine sort of the individual and personal experience of this, both the conditions of what's going on now and the sort of sense of mistrust and something being off, and the possibilities as individuals. And now I kind of want to expand the conversation and start to look at the conditions currently and the possible consequences in more detail on a broader macroeconomic scale, on a sociopolitical scale in a broader sense, and even on an ecological scale of how these shifts are necessary and where they could maybe go. And to do that, I would like to invite to the stage Brett King. Round of applause for Brett King, author, futurist, advisor to President Obama, President Xi, and just an all-around brilliant mind. One more round of applause. Brett King, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, good. I do need the clicker, though. You got that, dude? Oh, it's over here. All right, cool. All right. Well, there are some pretty big implications for a world that's driven on data. One of those, I'm going to get rid of this if you guys don't mind. One of the biggest implications of a world that runs on data instead of money is a complete philosophical shift in the way we think about value systems. And, we are in the heart of Silicon Valley, which is, from many people here, considered the engine of modern capitalism in the United States. So here I am talking about, how does data change our value systems in this world? And, let's jump into some of that thinking around that and sort of see where it takes us. So when we talk about capitalism and this sort of view, the Andreessen view of the world, that technology solves all of these problems, I want to challenge that. And I want to challenge how it is that when we have all of this masses of data and artificial intelligence, how that might change our value systems, how it might change the philosophy of what it means to be human. Now, I know these are big concepts, but data and AI are going to change everything, because it's going to change the way we think about our role in the society. It's going to change the way we think about corporate actors. It's going to change the way we think about economies. All of this starts with data powering this autonomous world that's emerging on top of these technologies. Right now, we see a lot of uncertainty. The populist movement, the rise of Donald Trump, Bolsonaro, all of these players come from this seat of uncertainty that people have. The rate of technological change has never been faster than it is today, as Andre pointed out in his session earlier. But this rate of change means people are uncertain about what their role in this future is going to be like. The impact of artificial intelligence, climate change, pandemics like COVID, and most notably when you're here in San Francisco, the issue of inequality is front and center with the homeless problem, affordability of housing, and so forth. So people look at this and they say, in the 1960s in America, when people would come to the 1960s, in 1960s America, they had this American dream that if they just worked hard enough, that they would be able to give their kids a better life. The generation that was born into the United States or born into the United States in the year 2000 is the first generation in US history that didn't have that positive hope for the future. They didn't have that guarantee that their life would be better off than their parents. And this uncertainty is not just a US phenomenon, it's spreading around the world. So this socioeconomic uncertainty that's generated by these rapid changes requires us to do some rethinking. How are these systems going to work? People are protesting around the world. And the really interesting element of this is in the last 20 years, we've seen a massive change in the way people vocalize about their concerns of the future. The first 20 years of this century, protests have increased 200% in frequency from the last 50 years of the 20th century. But participation in those protests has increased 1,000%. Why? People are concerned. They don't know what's coming next. They're grappling for some solution to this, whether it's Trump or the MAGA movement or whatever it might be. People are just saying the existing system isn't working. How do we fix it? What comes next? And at the heart of this is growing economic inequality globally. The US has a really big problem with this. Thomas Piketty said that the gap between the rich and poor has reached spectacular heights. The US has the highest inequality of the G7. It's up there, obviously, in the G20 as well. 125th ranked globally in equality, globally, which is bad. And in the US, the top 10% own about 70% of assets. And then the poorest 50% own just 2.5% of the wealth in the United States. This is obviously a growing problem. The gap between the rich and the poor, not just in the United States, but everywhere in the developed world, is growing. This is unsustainable. When we see the level of inequality that's in the United States on a historical basis, it normally leads to revolution. The French Revolution, etc. So what is going to be the revolution in the United States? Well, hopefully it's a data and AI revolution and not a overthrow of the government. Although, we'll see. The United States has twice the number of people living in extreme poverty today than Mexico. That's probably a stat you would not have bet on hearing when you came to the session today. Why is that? Well, it's because, we have this view in the world, in the United States, based in large part because of sort of the power the Constitution gives US society, that the only way people get out of poverty is getting themselves out of poverty. It's not a social responsibility that we have as a whole, it's the individual's responsibility. But the system is designed to keep a certain group of people in poverty and away from wealth creation. That's the system of capitalism itself. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Homelessness is a massive problem. It's increased 6,000% just since the pandemic. Housing affordability is collapsing all around the world in the West. I don't know if you've been watching Australia right now, but obviously I'm Aussie. But Australia has the lowest number of rental properties available in its history right now. Only 1.1% of properties on the market are available for rent. This is putting massive pressure on pricing. At the same time, there's only a 20% chance that a child born into Australia today will ever own their own home because of the cost of housing. This is unsustainable. You go to places like Hong Kong, the cost of housing today is 28 or 29 times the average annual income. In 1960 San Francisco, what did it cost you to buy a home, an average home in San Francisco? It was 3 times the average annual salary of a Californian. Today, that's 14 times. So the affordability of housing is just no longer affordable for most people. And I'm not talking about the Great Reset, that you won't own anything and you'll be happy, but I am talking about the fact that this fundamental precept of the way we've thought about organization of society is no longer working. It's starting to fail. And, you know, we complain about homeless people on the streets of New York and San Francisco. When, you know, during the pandemic, I was living in 23rd and 1st in Manhattan. You know, we had a homeless camp open up 2 blocks from us with 17 families camping under the FDR during the pandemic. Again, we are the richest economy in the world here in the United States. We have the wealth to make sure everyone is housed. This is not a technological problem. It's not an economic problem. This is a policy problem that we have today. Leaving a homeless person on the streets of San Francisco costs us $57,000 a year. You know, that's, you know, we say, who's going to pay for it? If we have to solve the problem of homelessness, we are paying for it today, having these homeless people on the street. But the cost of solving this in the traditional system is billions of dollars. But if we change our thinking, it might be a little easier. And I'm going to talk about the solution set. So is this the end of the American dream? Well, home ownership is declining in the United States. Home ownership could decline by as much as 30% by 2050, according to the HUD, the Housing Urban Development thing. So this is really, maybe we're seeing the end of the American dream, as I said. How do we change this? What do we do to fix it? Well, there's a few things. Healthcare is also a massive problem in the US. I've got to tell you the problem set before we get to the solutions. But 2/3 of all bankruptcies in the United States today are driven by healthcare costs. People have to decide today whether they have their insulin shot or they pay their rent, you know, whether they get medical treatment or they pay for their next meal. This shouldn't be the state of play in the most advanced economy in the world, but it is. But the cost of healthcare on a GDP basis has gone up from 2% to 10% just in the last 40 years. So that's unsustainable as well. You know, at some point in the future, we won't be able to afford healthcare. This is even before we start talking about longevity treatments, gene therapy, and these types of things. How do we fix these problems that are emerging in the system? You know, we could talk about pollution and the cause of climate change with carbon coming into the atmosphere. But even before we talk about carbon in the atmosphere and climate change, we have to deal with the fact that 8 to 10 million people die every year from pollution today. That's a choice we've made. You know, in the 1960s and 1970s, we had nuclear power, we had hydro energy, we had solar energy at the time, we had the start of wind energy. If we'd committed to green energy in the 1970s, by 2000, we could have been completely off fossil fuels as a system. Why didn't we make that decision as a society? We were making lots of money out of fossil fuels. So we don't necessarily make decisions that benefit society as a whole when economic drivers are at the core of our decision making as a value system. We look at the southern border today. Elon Musk making a big deal about this at the moment. But, you know, what have we done over the last 50, 60 years? We've told people that America is the best country in the world. You can create wealth and have all of these opportunities here. And at the same time, you know, we've reduced economic support to Latin America and Central America. We've seen climate change already having an effect on people movement around the world. Do you know how many eco-refugees that we have this year? People displaced by climate change in the world? 110 million people have already been displaced by climate change globally just this year in terms of eco-refugees. This is not a future problem. It's happening right now. And when we look at this problem in the future, coastal sea rise, 500 of our capital cities around the world will be affected by sea rise because they live on the coast. The estimates are somewhere between 800 million and 1.6 billion eco-refugees by 2050. And we're worried about a couple of million refugees coming across the southern border. Right? The scale of this problem is such that we don't have a free market solution. There will never be a free market solution to this problem. We need fundamentally different thinking. You know, 90% of Miami-Dade County will be underwater in the second half of this century. Do you want to know why Rick Scott banned the mention of climate change? Florida knows this is going to happen. They have no political solution to coming up with the money to save Miami, so they're just going to let it go underwater, and people are going to have to be moved out of Miami in the future. This is the decision-making that our current economics gives us, and it's whack. You know, it's out of control that these are the way we decide on the future of humans in this situation. But the biggest problem for climate change is not just going to be eco-refugees, it's going to be food scarcity, food availability. Because once you have seawater come into farmland in places like Bangladesh and so forth, that farmland can't be used again for 50 years because of salt pollution. With also the fact that the temperature rise is going to affect food production. The Bordeaux region in France, in 2040, 90% of wine crops in France will fail in the 2040s because of just that small temperature rise by 1.5 degrees. France will no longer be a wine-producing country. Maybe the UK and Scotland will be producing wine, but it's a big shift for the French economy. And how are we going to feed all these people if this is the case? Again, the value systems we have today, the free market economy, can't solve these problems today. It's not a technological problem, it's a policy one. So this year, we're expecting about 50,000 immigrants to come, or migrants to come into Europe, and this is a crisis of a great proportion in Europe today. 50,000, 2 million coming over the southern border this year. How do we deal with 1 billion eco-refugees? We don't have the tools or even the thinking right now to come up with a solution to this problem. So how do we take it to the next level? And in the midst of this, we have some really significant changes. Fertility rates are crashing. Elon Musk says this is one of the greatest threats to the future of human civilization. US birth rates are already well below the replacement level required to keep the US population growing. And we know population growth and middle class growth are essential for economic growth. So if we stop immigrants coming to the United States, how are we going to get the population growth to increase? Well, you have to solve inequality. Because the reason people aren't having babies is because they can't afford to, right? It's not because people don't like having babies. And so this is, again, the value systems that are crashing around this. But in the next 20 years, immigration is going to become highly competitive. Because, again, if you want your economy to grow, you need immigrants. So what are the sort of immigrants we're going to need to attract? Well, we're going to need talent, you know? So we're going to be looking for the immigrants that add value. And this is already happening around the world. There are 50 countries already today that offer digital nomad visas or gold visas, like Dubai and Portugal, trying to attract talent because their birth rates have already declined to the point where their economies are starting to shrink. Italy, Japan, Spain, etc. This is happening all around the world. And so we might think this is unbelievable to contemplate today, but immigration is going to become highly competitive in the late 2030s and 2040s. Economies are going to be competing to attract talent from all around the world to come to their economy. Why? You've got to keep consumption going to keep markets growing, right? And middle class growth, we know, is slowed to a halt in the United States because of inequality and the gap between the rich and the poor. So how can you get middle class consuming if middle class growth is stalled? Well, you have to bring in new wealthy middle class immigrants who are going to consume. This is, again, a failure point in the existing system. But now we get to the good news, right? That's the problem set. So I want you to understand that we cannot solve the problems that we see in the world today using 20th century, 19th century industrial economic thinking. We need a new way of thinking about value systems and how to solve these problems. The free market will not get us there, but the tech can. Now, I'm sure you've read the Techno-Optimist Manifesto. I've got some issues with the way Mark put this out there, but I do ask the question, is capitalism the most effective tool we can use to continue these value systems in terms of where this goes? Well, in the midst of these changes we're going to see over the next 30 years, China's going to quickly become the world's #1 economy. Now, Americans, generally, when I put this up, a lot of Americans have great difficulty conceptualizing this. But I'll make it very, very simple for you. If a quarter of the Chinese population, right, 25% of the Chinese population, can earn the same net income as Americans, on a GDP basis, China will surpass the United States. China has the fastest growing middle class in the world today. Right? US middle class growth is slowing dramatically. So just on that basis alone. But China has invested $11 trillion in the Belt and Road Initiative in the last 10 years to increase their ability to trade globally with the world on these new smart rails, smart contracts, central bank digital currencies, and so forth. The US can't even agree whether we're going to have a central bank digital currency at the moment. There's no mechanism for smart contracts in the United States today. In fact, the SEC is doing their darndest on the day that SBF has been, charged with these with these crimes. We've done everything we can to stop this sort of new crypto smart contract environment from emerging in the United States, but China's doubled down on sort of smart contracts as part of their ecosystem. So we know autonomous economies are going to be the biggest economies in the world in the 2050. And right now, it looks like China is well ahead on that core infrastructure for building that world. Homelessness, we can solve. It costs us $3,000 or $4,000 in 24 hours to 3D print a small one-bedroom or two-bedroom family home today. The problem of homelessness is not a technology problem. It's not even a cost problem. We have the technology to solve this problem very readily available today. This is just a policy problem or a philosophy problem. In terms of food scarcity, we know that vertical farming technologies are 90% more efficient in terms of water use. We know we can do vertical farming in urban centres to guarantee food supply. Not just vertical farms, but we're looking at lab-grown meats and lab-grown proteins, even lab-grown wine. So these are the technologies that we are looking at to guarantee food supply in the future. But this breaks a lot of the models of traditional supply and demand as we think about agriculture and food today. So new paradigms of thinking. Energy. To run the data economy and AI, we need massive energy sources. And today, energy is expensive. But we've had radical improvements in energy production happening around the world. Today, the average or the long-term cost of solar generation of electricity globally is 1.5 cents per kilowatt hour. The US pays 8 cents per kilowatt hour for gas-generated electricity today, and about 11 or 12 cents per kilowatt hour for coal-based electricity. Australia pays 28 cents per kilowatt hour for coal-based electricity. Just switching to solar and wind obviously solves that problem. That's even before we start talking about next-generation fusion reactors, thorium reactors, and so forth. But in the 2040s, energy is essentially going to be free. 50% of the world's commodities market today is energy. Do you know 40% of all the ships that travel the ocean ship energy around the world? Imagine the change to a free energy market in terms of the way that changes economics. If you're in the commodities business, the commodities business collapses when we shift out of energy. So there are paradigm shifts already starting to occur in this space. And to have smart economies, we need smart cities. What are smart cities like? These are cities designed to maximize resource allocation, whether it's water utilization, whether it's farming, vertical farming tech, whether it's energy utilization, transportation, optimizing the way we design cities to make them sustainable and in terms of multi-use neighborhoods and so forth. We see NEOM, the line in Saudi Arabia, these sorts of experiments happening today. Shenzhen, one of the smartest cities in the world today in southern China. You go there, you don't see police on the street stopping cars to fine them for speeding. You just get a text message on your phone with a bill using image recognition, right? Now, it sounds like George Orwell, right? But you know what? If you're an African American living in the States, you're probably going to find that solution pretty positive, right? And so smart cities are the way we'll power smart economies, not based on industrial infrastructure built in the 19th and 20th century. So smart economies have to function on data and smart contracts. US dollars won't work on smart contracts. Banking core systems with JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, those core systems cannot run smart contracts. So when you start talking about the autonomous world of the future, you need a new paradigm. It's not just the data-driven world. You need to start thinking about data-driven companies, data-driven markets. All of this requires a new paradigm in thinking. And the traditional financial markets we have almost zero preparation at this stage in terms of these next-generation economies and the way these systems will work. Where will smart contracts be pioneered? Already we're working on smart contracts in these areas, trialing these technologies. The building blocks are already coming together, but the more we deploy artificial intelligence, the more we try to create smart economies, smart cities, and so forth, the less we'll be able to rely on the old economic system and capitalist values. We talked about healthcare before, and it being a big problem here in the United States. But healthcare has to become centralized based on data. You want the best healthcare in the future? It's going to be based on your data. What data? Your DNA, your blood work, your gut biome, all of this stuff that we'll be able to measure. You might even ingest sensors with computers that can measure this data in real time. Your smartphone or your smart glasses or your personal AI, it will tell you when to go to the doctor before you even know you're sick. Right? You'll never say, oh, I'm feeling a bit sick, I'm going to go to the doctor. Your smart suite of technology that you have personally will be able to do that. We'll have gene therapy for diseases like Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, cardiac diseases, cystic fibrosis, various types of cancer like breast cancer and so forth. We'll just edit this out of your genome like it's a software bug in the future. Commercial gene therapies are already coming into the market. But imagine the impact of gene therapy on Big Pharma, who relies on the fact that we want you to be a lifetime consumer of drugs to solve your health problem, rather than just editing it out of your genome. Longevity treatments, 3D printed organs that you can use to do transplants. Healthcare is going to go through a massive change. And when we start thinking about the value system, we hear people arguing against universal healthcare in the United States. What if I told you we could deliver universal healthcare with a 70% saving of the cost of national healthcare today based on these technologies? That's what's possible, which is revolutionary, based on this data. But to do this successfully, we have to dismantle Big Pharma, FDA, and the systems that we have today. And that's very difficult. So if you want the best healthcare in the world, it may not be here in the United States, based on these systems. And it's not just governments that are setting policy anymore. We see that when we start to look at a new AI-based policy, who do we see in the room setting policy? Sam Altman, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg. These are the guys that are going to the UK and Congress and so forth and speaking. The senators and the congressional leaders, they look at their tech skills, right? They can't set policy on this sort of stuff. But as a result, what we have now is these large data and technology companies are defining government policy, right? And that's a big issue we have to deal with. We're entering this area where tech companies are more powerful than governments, certainly richer than most governments. Apple has more cash than, I think it's like the entire German stock market today, I mean, it's pretty crazy. So technology companies are getting involved in all of this, but the biggest shift we're going to see with highly automated economies is that AI and the way we think about productivity on an economic basis, AI is the greatest tool we've had at productivity improvement in the last 300 years since Adam Smith, right? And productivity, we've been talking about this for 60, 70 years, is the main aim of economic measures. But what's the most efficient you can make a company? What's the best way to be the most productive you can be as a corporation? Eliminate human labor. And let's make no mistake, AI, robotics, all this tech that we've been talking about in science fiction for the last 50, 60 years, it's always been designed to eliminate human labor. Look at the Jetsons, Rosie the robot. What does she do? She does the vacuuming. She helps the kids with the homework. You have autonomous vehicles. You have a delivery of goods and services by robot or drone. We have been talking about dehumanizing the capital markets for 60 years with AI and robotics. And people say, well, yes, but every revolution we've had, the internet, the industrial revolution, it's always created more jobs than it's destroyed. That's what the capitalists will tell you. But we've never had a technology that's sole purpose is to eliminate human capital from the workforce, like artificial intelligence. So we already are starting to think about what could this world be like. And so the entrepreneurs will say, you need universal basic income. Why do we need UBI? Well, because as all of these people lose their jobs, we either are going to have revolution or we've got to give them basic income. And if we give them basic income, we can keep the gravy train of capitalism and consumption going just a little bit longer. That's the mentality. But we're running out of road on capitalism and that sort of money-based system. This is the fundamental shift. There's also, there's not a lot of money in making climate resilient today, but this is going to be the biggest driver in economic progress in the 2040s and 2050s. The single biggest industry on the planet will be climate response in the 2040s and 2050s. But it's not going to be about just profitability of climate tech, that it's going to be about the survivability of the species. We talked about 1.6 billion eco-refugees. How many of those eco-refugees are going to have to die before we say the financial considerations are no longer moral? That there has to be a point. What is the number of lives that have to be lost to climate before we say we can no longer ask the question who's going to pay for that because it's an immoral one? This is the value system change or philosophy that's going to take place. Now, of course, we do have some promising tech like carbon capture and so forth, and we have new solid-state battery technology, new construction mechanisms that will be able to use carbon nanofibers and things like that. So there's going to be a whole range of booms of technologies that come from this, but it requires a philosophical shift in terms of human system thinking for us to capitalize on this. And one of the really big shifts is going to be the shift towards sustainable living. I'm not talking about that ESG crap, right, which is just good for PR statements. I'm talking about the fact that humanity must learn through the next 30 years to live in harmony with the planet. That resources are not there just for capital gains, that we have to live sustainably. And our kids, they just don't care about capitalism in the way we were brought up to. They just don't care. They're not married to that model, but they do feel more strongly about things like sustainability, which require these different value systems. So I want to wrap it up, but in these highly autonomous economies, the largest economies of the world in the 2050s are smart economies, driven by data, driven by artificial intelligence, as Andre pointed out earlier in terms of the numbers. So these data-driven economies are built very differently. Just think, the Chinese economy in 2050, half of their market-driven economy could be black box AI. The US is probably going to trail China when it comes to this. India can probably make this transition quicker than the US can as well. So autonomous markets, if you've got half of the market running on AI, the sort of concept of wealth itself must change as well. And at the heart of our individual participation in this economy must be our own ability to manage and monetize or create different value systems with our data. So this is, again, this asymmetry that Andre is talking about today, is that the only participation we have in the capitalist system today is as an employee. But AI is going to take that ability of you away as an individual component of the labor markets, because we are trying to remove humans from the labor force with technology. So the only way you can participate in the smart economy in the future is as a data owner, not as a producer or as a labor factor in the future. And at the heart of this must be the fact that our AI that will advise us, will help us manage our healthcare, help us manage our lifestyle and so forth. This AI is driven off our data. Where does our personal data that drives our personal AI live? It has to live in a value store. And these value stores are going to become much more critical for you in the future. Your bank account is one thing, right? Having your US dollars in a bank account, that's great. But I don't want my children's DNA being owned by someone else just sitting out there in the market, and insurers being able to tell me whether they're going to give my child health care or not based upon that data if I don't have ownership of that myself. So different value systems start with the fact that individuals in this new economy have ownership of their data, and that gives them control that they don't have in the economic system today. But I'll leave you with this thought. Climate change itself is a proof point that capitalism has failed. Because if capitalism was the success that we position it to be in the West, climate change wouldn't have existed. We traded off the lives of millions of people. Every year, we trade off the lives of millions of people in return for the profits of fossil fuel companies on the planet. And we keep arguing why it's so difficult to transition human systems off fossil fuels and why it's going to take so much longer. This is a misalignment of priorities. We let the market dictate priorities in terms of policy instead of the well-being of humans and the future of human existence and society. And that has to stop. And as we start to see this divorce in terms of the capitalist system, it's going to be. I'll put it a very simple way. The problem with capitalism today is it wants every one of us to be competing against each other. Competing for a job, competing our company to dominate in terms of VC investment or a number of customers. Everything is designed to create competition between humans. And the argument has always been that that competition creates innovation. But actually, some of the greatest innovations in mankind's history have come through cooperation. The Human Genome Project, the Apollo Project, getting mankind to the moon, the efforts during the Second World War in terms of technology developments then. When humans come together en masse, there's nothing we can't accomplish. So what system do we need to create so that humans are competing for the species, competing for the planet? Capitalism won't ever get us there. We need a different value system driven around data and different value ecosystems. So these are the competing systems we see emerging over the next 20 to 30 years. You have chaotic futures where we waited too long to respond to the warning signals. So you have failed states. This would include places like Bangladesh and the Maldives that are going to be inundated by sea level rise. 80% of the Maldives infrastructure will be underwater by 2055. You see the Luddistan approach. You know what? All these AIs are starting to take the jobs. Let's ban artificial intelligence so we can keep humans in the factory. You are starting to see this response to AI in some economies already today. But the most likely two systems competing for an ordered future are going to be a sort of superpowered capitalism, or I call neo-feudalism, which we see emerging in the US today, and broad techno-optimism, or if you like, techno-socialism. And in neo-feudalism, it's the richest that gets the best technologies. They get access to advanced healthcare. They get access to longevity treatments and all of these technologies. But you know what? If you can't pull yourself up by your bootstraps and work hard, you don't deserve access to these technologies. In fact, the argument is that the standards of living has to be lowered for everyone else, in this environment. Whereas you see from China and sort of more Europe in terms of their social collective view, that the responsibility of government and technologies to ensure that the basic needs of citizens are prioritized over the needs of the market. And if you look at these two systems, it's still uncertain as to which of these systems is going to win. The futurists and the sci-fi guys that I talk to say it's about 50-50. If anything, it's probably 60-40 in favor of neo-feudalism, a new type of landlord class emerging like we had in the Middle Ages. But the problem with this system dominating is it most likely leads to the extinction of the human race, because we need better value systems than money. I'll leave you with this thought. We're talking about Mars, colonizing Mars, potentially. Elon Musk talking about doing this. I hope we can. I've always dreamed of going to Mars or going to the stars myself. But what sort of economy would we need to work on Mars for Mars to be a success? Well, what would be the overriding driver for a Martian economy? Would it be creating tons of wealth? No. The most overriding mission for the Martian colony would be sustainability. Make sure we have enough air, food, and water to survive if the starships stopped coming from Earth. That's the overriding sort of community mission. And when you have that sort of community mission, then wealth or prosperity comes from cooperation and comes from us working together so that we all succeed. And that is a sort of sustainable prosperity that's going to be possible with artificial intelligence, data wallets, and this new data-driven economy. And when you look at Mars and you sort of think about what that could mean for the innovation and the growth of a Martian economy, the advances in technology to sustain a colony there, then we have to come back and say, why don't we have that sort of same philosophy for humans on the Earth? It doesn't really make sense. And climate change is evidence of the fact that our value systems are off. So I'll leave you with this one thought. Wherever we're going in the future, the advantages that we have are if we work together, right? If you want to create a sustainable, prosperous future, the best way is to empower all humans to have a full part in deciding the future of humanity, and something that works genuinely for every human. And that requires us to work together. The more we compete against each other, the more the system's going to fall apart. And that's the real potential behind Drumwave and D-Wallet. Thank you very much for coming today.
Keep it going for Brett King, everybody. Brett, thank you so much.
Welcome.
That was an adventure. I would like to take a moment. We're going to take a break in a little bit, but before we do that, it seems like an apropos moment to maybe discuss a little bit. Do you have questions? Do you have thoughts that have come up over the course of Brett's presentation or over the course of this whole thing? Questions for Brett, questions for Andre, questions for me, although that seems a little bit less relevant, seeing as the fate of the world is at stake. What's on your mind? Does anybody have a thought or a question before we break? Yeah, Duffy. Scone's done, questions ready.
Brett, part of your underpinning of your presentation was that the current monetary economy and the banking system were incapable of managing a smart contract. Could you fill us in a little bit on why you think that's true?
Well, so the current financial systems don't have even a concept of a smart contract in the banking system today. You have value stores, and you have the ability to do, trade. We have things like letters of credit and things like that. But as we automate that, essentially we need a completely new system of storage of those rules that autonomously operate the business component of that, including the financial transfers and so forth. So when you start thinking about a smart contract, the one thing you need to do is you need to have complete auditability, the ability to roll back transactions and all of that, because there may be mistakes that AI makes in the short term and things like that, right? And so that's why we've created CBDCs and cryptocurrencies that have that capability. In the problem we have right now today is, with US dollar trade, once the money's gone out of your bank account, you're screwed. That's it. So that alone is a functional problem of the existing system. If you want to make US dollars work with smart contracts, it's possible, but you have to have this entire layer of intelligence you put around the US dollar to make it work that it's machine readable. So AIs can work with it, can process it, and so forth. And by the time you do that, you have a central bank digital currency. You don't have a fiat currency in the way we think of it today. So there's actually no strategic advantage in using traditional fiat currency on smart contracts. But banks have a potential role to play, because in the smart contract world, who are you going to trust to store your smart contracts that execute trade? Well, banks could be trusted partners in that respect, or at least banks in the way we think about it from a licensing perspective or a charter perspective. But none of the banks really, apart from, JP Morgan Chase is doing some work in this area, but of 99% of the banks in the United States don't have any smart contract capability today. But we are seeing a ton of next generation fintechs and technology players, Ant Group out of China and others, that are developing this smart contract capability and already have implementations of this stuff. So you've got a bifurcation of the financial system occurring today, where the technology players will be able to execute on smart contracts, but the traditional players won't.
So you can even imagine that your bank is going to be able to get to you and say, hey, you trust me with the custody of your money for the last 20 years. Would you trust me with the custody of your data? Then you're going to ask the bank, what are you going to do with my data, right? So bank's going to respond, well, I'm going to do the same thing I do with your money. I cannot buy an island in the Caribbean or a motorcycle and make a road trip, but I can bring you offers. And I'm going to bring you offers and share with you the value of your data.
Banks have a massive opportunity here, but right now, they're fighting to keep the existing system alive rather than innovating to the new system of thinking. And they may eventually get there, but I would say probably if you look at, just even if you look at wallets, which, D-Wallet obviously is part of this, but most people don't realize today already more people use a mobile wallet for payments than a bank account globally. More than 50% of the world uses a mobile wallet. And I'm not talking about Apple Pay or Google Pay, because they're existing wallet, they're supporting the existing sort of interchange rails and so forth. I'm talking about these new wallet systems emerging all around the world. PixPay in Brazil, Paytm in India, Alipay and Tencent WeChat Pay in China. This year, Alipay and Tencent WeChat Pay, they will do almost 3 times the transaction volume of all of the plastic cards in the world, and that's just in China. So we already see the new financial system emerging on top of the technology layer.
Does that help, Duffy? Great. It helped me too, actually, understanding the mechanics, the tangibles of how the financial picture will shift. Let's do one more question before we take a break, and I would encourage you over the course of the break to, approach either Andre or Brett with further things that are on your mind. But anybody else have a question? Sure. Yeah.
Thanks, Brett. Great thoughts. So I think, if I think you're talking about future of humanity and, where we are going with respect to data economy. And money is not the instrument that actually tells you about your affluence. It is about the data in your pocket. At the same time, we know that, where policy lobbies actually come in the way of what is good for humanity. So what is, in your opinion, is the biggest bottleneck or impediment to what you see as the right thing for humanity?
Well, this is really a philosophical question, right? And when I was researching for my book, The Rise of Techno-Socialism, which talked about those 4 systems competing, I actually went back and started to read a bunch of philosophers, Thoreau and Aristotle and Plato and so forth. And, when you start to think, what is the future of humanity? it's almost, if you'd believe, the future of humanity today in value systems is making money. And if you make enough money, then you can live a good life, right? You know, that's sort of the way of thinking today. But Aristotle had a very simple message for humanity. He said, the purpose of humanity is to thrive. For our species to expand into the stars, become a type 1 Kardashev scale civilization, etc., to maximize our intellectual and knowledge potential and become the maximum that we could be. But the only way humanity can do that is together, cooperatively. And that's the biggest problem I find with the monetary system, that the competition element of it means there must be winners and losers in the current system, right? That's why we're here in Silicon Valley, because we want to win, right? There's a lot of winners in Silicon Valley. That's why we come here. But that mentality of win versus lose creates this chaos in the system today where we let things go, like climate and so forth, because, you know, in order to win, we've got to make some sacrifices. And there's no reason that, you know, philosophically, that humanity has to think like that anymore. If we work collectively together to raise the standard of living for everyone, we can do that. There doesn't need to be homelessness, poverty, you know, restrictions to, you know, access to education and healthcare. These are not technological challenges today. They're just policy challenges.
And I think that if you think about what is crisis here now, it's about trust, right? As we have a trust crisis. We saw social media erasing the trust out of the media ecosystem. Then crypto's just trying to become the social media of finance, right? And when we talk about a data savings account, remember when I was a kid, most of the kids don't have savings account anymore, right? It's a collective thing. It's your grandmother puts money in your savings account, your uncle, your family. It's a collective thing. We've been living in this individual game for quite a while, competing like that. Savings account, data savings account is bringing back this vision of, well, this is a community, this is a family, we need to work together. Right?
When we, you know, in the 1960s, when we're at the height of our belief in what was possible with capitalism, one of the characteristics of the you know, US 1960s market was everyone was going to have a better life because of this system, right? We've obviously reached that point where, you know, that's no longer the case, so we need different value systems.
We're going to need to take a break just for time, but I would encourage you to approach folks afterward. Thank you all so much for being a part of this. We are going to break for about 15 minutes, get yourself some refreshments, process these extremely consequential and fascinating topics, and we'll meet again here in 15. Sound good? Round of applause for yourselves, and I'll see you in a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin our second morning session. Please come back into the room. Thank you.
All right, my friends, we're back. How you feeling, everybody? Hey, How you feeling, everybody? Still kind of ambiguous. How was your break? Did you have a good break? If you had a good break, let me hear you say, I had a good break. Did you have interesting and enlightening conversations with your new friends? If you feel like you had interesting and enlightening conversations with your new friends, let me hear you say, I had interesting and enlightening conversations with my new friends. I don't want to save the world that much. Ugh. I want to say hello to our online audience. I've always wanted to do this. I feel like I'm like Jerry Springer, rest in peace. Different kind of show. But hi, everybody. Everybody waves to the people online. People online wave back to us, although there's no way to confirm that you're doing that. But I feel that you are. Do you feel like they are? I feel like we have, at least some rate of participation. Oh, look, it's me again. So, just to reintroduce myself, my name remains Nathan. If you want to, give me a shout or something, we don't get a chance to say hi to each other after this or during this, you can look me up, Nathanology. Nathanology is the study of Nathan. I really like origins of words. I'm very interested in this. Any etymology fans? An etymology is literally a true story about words. It's word origins, because sometimes when you examine the origin of a word, it gives you sort of a look into its secret essence and can give you a kind of philosophical take on a particular concept or idea. And this is why I go by Nathanology, because it's the study of Nathan, really the logos of Natan, which is this Hebrew name ultimately, which means gift. And interestingly, this is not why I've been invited here, but interestingly, the word data has the same etymology, but going through the route of the Latin language. Any Latinists in the crowd here? Any classics scholars? Are you serious? That's round of applause for preserving the study of Latin. This is what I studied as well when I was in college, and so this is one of the reasons that I like etymology, because the word data, or data, which, by the way, is a plural. Maybe this was bothering some of you grammar people as well. You remember at the beginning I said data is potential? What should I have said? Are. Data are potential. Yeah, because it's a plural. It's from the neuter plural of the Latin third principal part of the Latin verb, the perfect passive participle. Now, that's more information you need to know. But what I do want to emphasize for a moment is that this word data comes from the Latin verb to give. If you were to look up this Latin verb in the dictionary, you would find do, dare, datum. Everybody repeat after me. Do, dare, datum. This is what Latin teachers do. They pace up and down, and then the little English schoolboys recite the verb forms. So do, dare, datum means to give. Therefore, a datum, singular, a neuter, singular. God, I miss teaching Latin. Anyway, focus. A datum is literally that which has been given, something given to you. Therefore, a gift. And so data are things that are given. Things that are given. And I've been thinking about this a lot in reference to some of these ideas. Because originally, confessedly, when I was first hearing about some of this stuff, not having a background in economics and stuff, I was like, I don't know if this is even my territory, really, because I tend to sort of respond to things on an emotional level and etymological level. And then I started to think about it more through this etymology and started to think this. This thing about reclaiming our data is really about reclaiming some part of ourselves. Existence is a gift in the first place. I don't want to get theological necessarily, although we could do that. It's a gift from an unknown source, or a source that maybe you have a relationship with. You know what I mean? Let's get really culty. That's what they do here, right? Let's talk about God. No, not necessarily. But existence itself is a gift, right? And then data, in a way, is a gift that you are giving back to yourself, or back to the world, because it is the record or the imprint that you make on the world. It's your footprint, and that's a beautiful thing. We talk about carbon footprints like a thing to minimize, but data is a thing to celebrate, I think. It's literally what you do, and the way that what you do is encapsulated in some sort of etched form onto the fabric of the universe. Your little scrawl or your beautiful signature in the fabric of things, it's a gift, and so don't let that gift be taken away. So, I've been thinking about this, and I started to write a poem. Would you like to hear what I've been working on? I'm starting to make a song about this, but the song's not done, and I wanted to see if we could go on yet another musical experimental adventure together where we make this song together because it's not done being written. Are you down with that? Will you give me that gift? Rakesh is like, oh, hell yeah. Okay, so here's how it begins. Keeping in mind this concept of the gift. Every day's a datum in the age of information. Name, date of birth, race and gender, save location, everything has value. But how much are you making? It's hard not to let what's been given get taken. Your life, your story, your data. Data is a gift. Thank the creator. That's you. Everything about you is value creation. Data are a gift. Let's exchange information. Okay? So we're going to do this as a chorus. You don't have to remember all of that. That would be extraordinary. But I'm going to lead the chorus, and then we'll do a call and response. You ready? You ready to do this? Okay. Every day's a datum in the age of information. Name, date of birth, race, and gender, save location. Everything has value, and yet how much you're making. It's hard not to let what's been given get taken. Your life, your story, your data. Your data is a gift. Thank the creator. Everything about you is value creation. Your data is a gift. Let's exchange information. So when I say data, you say exchange it. Data. Data. When I say value, you say creation. Value. Value. All right. Now begins the experiment. That's the part of the song that's written. The rest of it is not written yet. It was supposed to be. Didn't get it done. Andre's cool with it, though, isn't he? Okay, so let's improvise. Since we're talking about this notion that data is a gift, what's something that you're proud of as a data imprint that you've made on the world? Not just your interest in scones or your interest in the new data economy, but something unique and personal. Something secret. No, it doesn't have to be secret. Luis, what you got? Tell me an interesting, fascinating, rich data point about you.
100,000 kilometers on Strava.
100,000 kilometers on Strava. That's the app where you keep track of your cycling. Okay. But you can do it for running, right? Yeah. I saw an Instagram story. My ex uses it. There's an interesting data point about me. Okay. How about you?
My DNA data imprinted in my daughter.
Your DNA data is encrypted in your daughter. You transferred it. Yeah. That might not be unique to you as a parent because that's what one does as a parent, but I like thinking of it that way. You're storing your data in your daughter in a way. Fascinating. Okay, how about something more personal? Something, strange about you. Anything strange to you got something? You got something? No. How about you in the hat? Besides your interest in bowler hats.
Tracking data 5 different ways already.
Already tracking data 5 different ways. I asked for personal information. You told me about an app and how you're tracking your data. That's what this crowd has to. Okay, all right. Well, we're going to try and put these in the song anyway. This is what we'll do. Okay, so we have the notion of DNA as data tracking. We have the notion of tracking data 5 different ways. And we have the notion of keeping track of your running data. I wanted personal, juicy tidbits about you, but that's not this crowd, apparently. That's just not what you have to offer me. I'll try and give you something more personal, just to start out, so it's fair. I'll start out first. I'll share my information. My name is Nathan. I'm a 5'11", blue-eyed, white Caucasian. I'm trying to mix these 2 occupations, rapper and philosopher, in an awesome combination. I'm about to do my thing and check the way I spit this thing. I asked you for your data, but you didn't give me anything interesting. I'm trying to do my thing and be rocking it to best. I like that Luis is using Strava, kind of like my ex. Yeah, maybe you should date him. Actually, I'm taken. That's a good individual, date him. I'm trying to do my thing, and off at the top, the way I say a set, I was hoping for more interesting sit from this data set. But that's okay, I'll be spitting this rap. I gotta give a shout out to the bowler hat in the back. I'll be doing my thing, hear these songs that I play. I got more than 5 rhymes, these tracks is data 5 ways. Now that's a lot of ways, I'm an ill author. I hope one day to transfer my DNA to my son or daughter. That's kind of amazing, check the rhymes that we say. I'm so ill that I was rapping good in my DNA. Ready for the chorus again, everybody? Yeah. Every day's a datum in the age of information. Name, date of birth, race, and gender, save location. Everything has value, and yet how much you're making. It's hard not to let what's been given get taken. Your life, your story, your data. Your data is a gift. Thank the creator. Everything about you is value creation. Your data is a gift. Let's exchange information. Now when I say data, you say exchange them. Data. Data. When I say value, you say creation. Value. Value. Round of applause for yourselves, everybody. I really thought I was going to be getting some actual secrets. I thought somebody's be like, I had an affair once, but nobody knows, or you know what I mean, or something juicy, but it's okay. We can move on. But speaking of juicy tidbits, I would like now to discuss the concept of privacy. Okay, privacy, because this is a big part of the conversation around data. Has anybody heard before of the name Scott McNealy? Are you familiar with Scott McNealy? You chuckling? you. Scott McNealy has this quote, this concept really, that we need to move beyond thinking about data privacy. And that's part of the conversation that we're having here, moving beyond data privacy into the concept of data ownership, and that the solution to the privacy problem is not to think of your data as something you have to secret away, but to really think of it as a thing of value that you can then electively exchange. So moving from a logic of sort of fear and protection to a logic of intentional sharing, where we're claiming what we have. Does that distinction make sense? And that evolution of conversation make sense? So we are now going to watch a video, and it's a conversation between Scott McNealy and our very own Andre discussing this topic. So round of applause for the digital form of Scott McNealy.
Always had this question, why you decided to advise me and Drumwave when we were just a handful of people talking about data ownership rights and valuation many years ago. Why?
Well, first of all, it's your passion. And I love entrepreneurs. I love private sector folks. I love people with a mission and a vision and the energy. Secondly, somebody a long time ago said, you have no privacy, get over it. And I think that was me back in the 90s. And it's getting worse and worse. The most scary of all data owners is the government, because every government on the planet has scope creep well beyond what's healthy, safe for freedoms, liberties, and rights. But then it's also moved to the oligarchs, the data oligarchs, the personal private data oligarchs, whether it's Zuck, the Google boys, Bezos, you name it, Walmart, all of the big retailers, they all have our data. We ought to own our data. It shouldn't be given up unless we understand the terms under which it's given up and we get compensated for it, either through convenience that we choose or money that we're given. And so you had this vision a long time ago. I've been squawking about it since I said you have no privacy, get over it. And I thought, you know what, this is a long shot. And you're in it for the long haul. I've been in it for the long haul. And you and I have been working this so dang hard for so long.
You have big data, big tech, and big finance, and both are colliding right now. And everyone wants 100% of your data. How do you see data ownership rights? Like empowering people, because your money, you keep your money in the bank, right? And you can deposit, you can withdraw, you can transfer your money, you can use your money to help friends, family, help the world, but your data is in the cloud. And you have zero autonomy of your data.
There's been no simple way to capture your own personal data, secure it, prove who you are, and then come up with a marketplace where you can exchange your data for the value that you think is reasonable. Right now, I mean, the oligarchs have no desire to see this happen. I mean, you look at how much money Zuckerberg is worth. Do you think he has any interest in sharing that data? Do you think TikTok really wants to give up control of that data? Absolutely not. And so this is going to be a heavy, heavy, heavy lift. It's sort of a little bit of a civil war here between the users and the abusers. And, I think that's the challenge we have to go put this together. And I think there are more good people than there are oligarchs. And so maybe we can actually have something good. I mean, Sun was nuts because we didn't do proprietary. We open sourced our technologies and we shared. And this is all about sharing. This is all about sharing the value of data. This is a mission, and this fits very much with my. Why can't we, just share and build a community where nobody has so much power that they can own and control. You look at how much data did Twitter have before Elon got it, and the US government was forcing them to give up data and forcing them to throttle people who were saying things they didn't want. That's dystopian, at least that.
I remember in your house, we were talking about data agents and how the financial system has a benchmark that can be used in the same way. And you told me, well, in the future, those data agents, they're going to behave just like financial advisors, right? On your data, the same way you have financial advisors for money, you're going to have financial advisors.
Where do I invest my data? Where will I get the best return on my data and still be safe and protect against the downside?
So what I saw since we had that conversation, I'm seeing a very interesting phenomena, right? In Brazil, in the US, in India, in many other countries, central banks are evolving and they're becoming big techs. They're regulating data assets.
Absolutely. That's so true.
Yeah.
We need that. So there's a famous phrase, it's too big to fail. And you know what that means to me? Break it up. If it's too big to fail, you gotta break it up. If we can have 320 million owners of data in the United States, personal data, then all of a sudden it's democratic. It's everybody has a voice and everybody has a chance to be safe and secure with their rights, liberties, and freedoms.
Yeah. One thing that we've been exploring here with the team is this concept of centralizing and decentralizing. We think that there's a lot of misunderstanding into it because it's not about only decentralize or centralize. It's about what you decentralize and where you decentralize and what you're going to centralize and where you're going to decentralize. This is the challenge for allowing people to take ownership and to manage the value of their data.
But you know what? I think you're very, very close. We've got banks, agents, consumers are starting to understand this. Retailers, the smaller and medium-sized retailers understand that the big data ownership of the big box, online big box folks, they're all getting. We don't have the competitiveness that we would like to have. So there's a lot of people who have all of a sudden woken up and said, "Oh my gosh, I don't have privacy." And you know what? Without privacy, you can't have liberties, freedoms, and rights. I think this event here is going to show people there is all of the superstructure, infrastructure, and micro architectures to go make this happen. You've done a lot of hard work. Your team's amazing. They've been plugging away, just doing everybody's work.
I think this is a turning point in not only for Drumwave, but to everyone here in the US and in the world. We've been pushing this idea of data ownership rights all over the world. And today we're just landing with an amazing group of people here. We have central bankers, we have technology folks, we have people from everywhere in the world, from Australia, from Asia, everyone here today. And thank you for always being here for us.
Well, I always will be. This is one of the two big problems I see in the world, and deep fake everything and identity is kind of the other half of this coin. Sometimes I wonder what the heck did we do back at Sun Microsystems when we launched TCP/IP computers, we launched NFS, we launched Unix, and we launched Java. And I look and see how naive we were about all the things that could happen with this thing. And I think we need to pay attention and you guys keep up the good work.
I have just one more question. When you look to AI, right, and you look to data ownership, people's data, we were talking here yesterday because of the event, and someone at the office said, well, this is just like Napster. Remember before?
Right.
When music was all around piracy and nobody was paid for it. And
well, how did these large models get built? And whose data did they use to build it? And did they ask? And are they compensating anybody for the data that they took? And then, you know, in terms of open source, let's see the algorithms. Let's see how you answered the questions to train the people, because don't tell me this is artificial. It's maybe artificial propaganda, not artificial intelligence.
I wish you
Thanks.
luck. Take
All
care,
right,
sir. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Further then on this note, and now we're getting into the substantial part of this notion of the fierce urgency of now. What is happening now with this stuff? So segueing from that conversation, I'd like to invite Andre back to the stage, who has a big announcement for us about what's going on with the data economy. Andre.
It's amazing, right? It's an amazing group of people. I never thought that we were going to be able to put all these people together. Thank you for coming. Thank you for everybody delivering this amazing event here. We've been pushing this idea of data ownership rights for the last 2 years all over the world. I went to Brussels, in Brazil, here in the US. We brought a lot of people around us. We brought technology icons like Scott. We spoke to central bankers. And this is a thing that we truly believe that this is the game changer for the next years. That was just happened like 2 days ago. Yesterday, right? It was yesterday, 2 days ago. Brazil has introduced the first ever data ownership law that allows citizens to take ownership of their data. That's something that has never happened in the history of technology of Brazil. Right? It's a country positioning itself, trying to position itself in front of the AI narrative, in front of the GDPR European narrative, and thinking completely different. But everything started here, right? A little before COVID, the United States Senate invited us for a hearing, right before COVID. And it was at the moment that the social network thing was just pumping. The privacy was all over the place, right? Facebook team was there explaining why chocolate, why not chocolate, right? And the US Senate, the Committee of Banking, they want to know about data ownership rights. And you can see that those words are here for like at least 3-4 times. Data ownership, data privacy rights, the concept of personal data ownership, right? And how it will impact finance information. So you remember this is a little ahead of open banking started to fly. And the last question they did was potential regulatory framework. That's what just happened yesterday, right? The first regulatory framework for data ownership rights just landed in a country the size of Brazil. So now we would like to invite Roberto Campos. Roberto Campos Neto is the president of Central Bank of Brazil. In Brazil, he's known as the largest innovator of the country, right? The Central Bank in Brazil promoted a complete route for digital inclusion and financial inclusion. He's leading an amazing job with PIX, instant payments, and now with the CBDC. Roberto, we asked him to come. He was not able to join us at this moment. So he also recorded a video, and that's what we're going to show you guys. I would like to thank Roberto and the whole team of the central bank, and everyone that is watching us right now. I'm going to leave this for the
Hello,
team.
everyone. I'd like to thank Drumwave and André for inviting me for this event. I hope you all have a wonderful event. The idea here is to talk a little bit about what we're doing in Brazil in the innovation agenda. And we have done a complete program on innovation. The main objective of the program from the very beginning was to democratize the intermediation system, the financial intermediation system in Brazil. So the idea was to create competition and to create inclusiveness in terms of the number of people who access financial intermediation. So the plan was actually divided in a couple of blocks. The first block was we needed to have a rail so that actually people can traffic in this rail, and this rail can be the start for people to join in this innovation program. And nothing better to start the program than payments. Payments is something that everybody has to use. It's very widely used in most countries. So the first block was PIX. So the idea is we start developing a payment system. The payment system is programmable, so you can add new features to it as you go along. It interacts with digital currencies and smart contracts because it's programmable. And so the first idea is we develop PIX and we see how much people would buy into it. It was amazing, the adoption of PIX. Today we have 71.5 million people that have adopted PIX. We generated inclusion of millions of people. We reached the other day 170 million transactions in one day. So PIX is now widely used, and we are now in a phase of actually adding new features to PIX. So the first idea is you need to have this rail in which people can actually use and it can serve as the first step into this new, more technology-based financial intermediation system. So the second block was we needed to add competition on the layer that we had before. So first was PIX. Second, we come with the open finance, which is a complete openness of data. And the open finance in Brazil is very wide compared to a lot of the open banking systems that we have in other places. What we did actually was to design the open finance in phases so that we can actually follow how the program was developing. We started a phase in which first we actually share common data. We started to add new products, and to date we have around 40 billion calls, APIs, of people actually migrating data. So in Brazil today, it's actually possible to get data from an app of a bank A, for example. It's possible to get data, to import data from bank B, C, and D. So this is more or less what we are right now. Obviously, it's a process that requires a lot of work, and the data needs to be homogeneous for that to work, and we're working on that. So the first is PIX, which is the common rail. Then we introduce open finance. We are migrating and we're joining PIX with open finance and adding other products to the competitive landscape, so that the objective at the end is to have immediacy, portability, and comparability. So comparability and portability in real time. So this is what we want. But then we needed to see, what is the block that is needed to take that into the internationalization phase of it. So we needed to modernize our FX system. So the third block is the modernization of the FX system. Most FX laws in Brazil are dated from 1940s, 1950s, and 1960s. So we created a project of law that changed a lot of this regulation. We created a whole new system of laws and regulations for FX, so that it becomes cheaper, less cumbersome to do international transactions. So that was the third block. So the first was PIX, the second open finance, then we go with the internationalization of the currency. And then the final question is, how can I make sure that the whole process becomes more digital? And in our understanding, we need to advance a step into making the process like a tokenized process. So what we did is we started a tokenization phase of the process, which is actually our digital currency. So our digital currency, called Drex, is nothing but a token deposit, which means the banks block a deposit and issue a token on the top of it. We are now in a phase of pilot, of testing the Drex, and the idea is we connect the 4 blocks: PIX, open finance, the internationalization of the currency, and we come with the Drex. And what is the advantage of Drex? And I think a lot of people focus on the advantage of having a digital currency in terms of payments. And most of the advantage from payments we already have from having PIX. So for us, in a moment that you tokenize assets and liabilities inside the balance sheet of a bank, you acquire a new dimension of improvement in financial intermediation, because banks will start looking at assets and liabilities in a token way, which means that you improve efficiency in securitization, risk management, asset management, funding operations, management of collateral. So this is a new dimension in terms of inserting more technology and more and less costs in the financial intermediation. There is another dimension of the Drex, which a lot of people don't talk about, which is we actually insert innovation in contracts and registration. So today, if you buy something, the act of doing the registration and the contract is very expensive. But with the blockchain and with Drex, basically once the smart contract recognizes the payment through an encryption, it generates a registration and a contract, and it's much cheaper and it's much easier to control, which means that people buying things through using Drex will have a much cheaper way of registering assets. That also improves the ability of use your assets to extract value from it, like collateral management or controls of guarantees. So at the end, we have these 4 blocks to improve the efficiency of the system. Once we have the 4 blocks working together, we think the next stage is actually how can we aggregate all this together. So we think that companies will start to fight for being the channel of the integration. So there's going to be apps that integrate all your bank accounts in a way that you can use PIX, open finance, the digitalization, and the internationalization to actually compete with products. So you're probably going to have one app that has all your bank accounts, all your products, and you can, depending on the level of the amount of data that you open, that you're willing to open, you're going to have immediate portability and comparability. So this is the aggregation phase that we think is going to come once the 4 blocks are actually fully integrated. One other aspect that I think has a lot to do with Drumwave is we think at some point in time, since you are integrating all your financial activity in one aggregator, you should be able to collect data and to use that data in a more efficient way, which means that you're going to have all your financial data being stored in some kind of wallet, and you can actually extract value from this wallet through monetization, which means that you're going to exchange your data for tokens that will interact with the tokens that the market is trading. That could be the digital currency itself or any other form of tokens that can serve as means of payments in exchange for the data. And lastly, one of the things that we are now starting to talk about is, since we have all these 4 blocks integrated, and you now have data, and you're able to extract data, and you're able to monetize data, how can we use systems of artificial intelligence to make this process better for people? How can we insert financial education into the aggregators? How can we give financial advice to people in order for people to consume products, financial products, in a better way, in a more efficient way, in a more secure way? So I think the last mile of the plan is how can we add on the top of everything artificial intelligence. So this is pretty much what we have been developing in terms of how to make the financial intermediation more technology-based, with more inclusion, with less cost, with more security, in a faster way. So this is basically what we have at the central bank. We are actually in the phase of putting the 4 blocks together. We'll soon get into the phase of actually putting the digital currency to place, advancing on the pilot, and we expect in between a year and a half and 2 years to have everything that I mentioned in an integrated way so that this will be able to make people's life better. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Still feeling good? Still feeling okay? Yeah. Ooh, some claps this time. More abundant claps from over here. Let's hear some claps from over here. I don't want to make you compete. It's about cooperation. Speaking of cooperation, we're about to have a panel. So continuing on this theme and now getting back into some of the substantial nitty-gritty about how this works as a technology and apparatus, we're going to have a panel now and a presentation on data saving. So please give a warm welcome to Michael Clark, Jorge Clark-Tan, and Rodrigo Assumpção.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jorge Clark-Tan, Marketing Director at Drumwave, and it is my honor to lead today's panel about retirement begins at birth and data savings. So my first guest is Rodrigo Assumpção. Rodrigo has more than 30 years of experience on the topic of digital transformation and best practices in technological innovations for public management. Rodrigo's regional and global impact include working with the World Bank, the International Social Security Association, and serving as Deputy Secretary of Logistics and Information Technology in the government of Brazil, and in the UN's International Labor Organization, specializing in social protection management systems. Rodrigo is currently president of DataPrev, a Brazilian federal government IT company that maintains and implements digitalization initiatives, process automation, and digital transformation of public services. Rodrigo. And my next guest is Michael Clark. Michael Clark is a maverick of in the space of data, future value, and digital innovation. With over 2 decades of predicting cutting-edge technology solutions, Michael has revolutionized leading global companies by consistently tackling the world's most complex data challenges. His ideas have propelled these companies towards a brighter digital future. Currently, Michael empowers business to use data as a currency to seize the opportunities of tomorrow, today. His latest book, Data Revolutions, The New Currency of You, provides a path toward a future where individuals reclaim control over their data, sparking unprecedented waves of innovation that will not only transform the business landscape, but revolutionize what we know to be value. Michael isn't just preparing businesses and governments, he's architecting a future where citizens are not only protected, but are also pioneers in a world where data reigns supreme. Michael Clark. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me today. Before we get started though, we are going to give the group just a little bit more context in terms of what we mean by data savings and also retirement begins at birth. So earlier today, we've heard depressing, phenomenal statistics from Brett King about the state of the world economy. And he ended his presentation with, but there's a better way. We're also here to talk about what is that better way. So to just recap a little bit more statistics as far as what we've done at Drumwave, to research what is the state of retirement today? How are people in the US specifically saving for and preparing for retirement? So a couple of statistics here. So 57% of the US have financial literacy. Based on a poll that was done globally, there were 4 questions. If you got 3 questions right, you're considered financial literate. Compare that to 33% of people worldwide are financially literate. That sounds okay, but then when you look at the higher bar of just overall literacy, 21% of Americans are considered illiterate, which means they have less than a 7-year-old literacy level of reading and writing skills. And almost more shocking is that 54% have less than a 6th grade level of literacy in the United States. Why does this matter? It matters because what we talk about here is this world of financial inclusion, this world of there should be a better way. But it starts with, do we even have the skills, do people even have the skills in order to make these right decisions for themselves, to be able to prepare themselves for retirement? So we look at these stats not with condemnation or with a level of superiority, it's with a sense of empathy in terms of these are the people that we are trying to serve. Like we saw earlier today, Chris Munn from our research group show what the real Carolina and friends are talking about in terms of this is their impression of the data economy. These are the real people that we're here to serve, and it's about financial inclusion for everyone. But what does the state of current retirement look like today? So these are a handful of data stats which are supported by and continuance of Brett King's presentation earlier today. 78%, 4 out of 5 people in the United States have less than $50,000 saved for retirement. A third of people have nothing saved for retirement. We take that further to say that 1/3 of people have negative net worth. They owe more than they actually own in assets. So this is the world that we are in right now. The world right now, as Chris Munn showed earlier, is that the choice is between privacy or allow to track. These are not great choices. There has to be a better way. And in the absence of a systemic policy world in which these choices are made more evident and possible for people, it leaves a gap for us, right? And that brings us to the point of today's conversation, that 100% of people are creating data. And therefore, it follows that 100% of people should be able to participate in the data economy and benefit from what the data economy has to offer. So all this preamble now to start with our first question. So we just covered that 4 out of 5 people in the United States are not prepared, and there's negative net worth. And I looked at the statistics for Brazil. 60% of people in Brazil are also not saving for retirement beyond what they expect to get from Social Security benefits. And so it follows that the majority of people are going to rely on government assistance, some sort of Social Security benefit, in order to help them through the years of retirement. So that being said, Rodrigo, I'll start with you. Because you have such great experience with the International Social Security Association, we'd love to hear from you as far as, is there a system in place, and it doesn't have to be a government system, but is there a system in place anywhere where we're seeing that people are being equipped with the ability to retire with dignity and with the resources they need?
Okay, so let's step back a little bit, since we're talking about numbers. In the world, according to the International Labour Organization, last year's World Social Protection Report shows that over half the world's population has no social protection coverage at all. So social protection, you're talking about health, you're talking about some kind of social assistance, you're talking about social security. Half of the world's population has none. With Social Security specifically, things are slightly better, over 70%. And that, since you asked who is getting it right, within Social Security, there's a huge correlation between Social Security, strong Social Security, and a well-developed, very formal labor market. So the idea of Social Security is linked to the world of labor. It's around 150 years old, and the usual suspects are Northern Europeans, Scandinavia mostly, where you have an understanding that Social Security is something that spreads solidarity between society and also between generations. So you're talking about supporting intragenerational support and intragenerational savings. This concept is very important. But even there, and that's the whole discussion here, you have the stressants. You have this whole system being really stressed by things like longer ages, by things like increasing informality, and the whole disruptions in the world of labor. So that's what's making us all rethink where we go from here.
Thank you. And so, Michael, I think you also have a very interesting perspective because not originally from the United Arab Emirates, but that is where you currently reside. So you probably have a really great perspective to talk about your nomadic adventure that brought you to the United Arab Emirates and your perspectives on how are people getting ready for retirement.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one, actually. So it's a 16-hour flight, by the way, from Dubai to here, just so you know. So it's really interesting. So Dubai have done a few things, but again, it still relies on participation, right? So originally, it was a gratuity scheme that you get paid at the end of your service. Then recently, we've seen a sort of end-of-service scheme where it almost is like an investment fund. So people voluntarily put their money into a fund. It's seen as a safe way at the end of your retirement to have an income back. But again, it's still you voluntarily investing in a fund. I think you made a really good point when we think of retirement. I think also we are getting to a place where what does retirement even mean, right? Because there's almost three versions of the world emerging around what people think of retirement. So there's the generation after me, which thinks that at 75 you get a gold watch and then you start planning the rest of your life. Then there's the generation that's following me that doesn't really think of work in the same way. We hear the term digital nomad, which Brett used earlier. What does benefits mean to them when they don't necessarily work a 9 to 5 like everybody else? And then you have another strand of society which is living way longer than originally planned. So the whole concept of retirement is no longer a one-size-fits-all, which then leads us to a question, is there an alternative? Which is what we're going to talk about today.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's a great segue to talk about, in Brett King's presentation, he talked about artificial intelligence, and essentially one of the paths that it can take is towards the replacement of human capital and the replacement of people, right? There's, and a lot of talk right now in the tech industry is about artificial intelligence, for better or for worse, right? But one of the things that I think the conversation needs to include is the underlying foundation that artificial intelligence is fueled by data. It's fueled by all of us, right? We heard talk about that previously. And so, Michael, your forthcoming book I mentioned before, Data Revolutions, The New Currency of You, you're starting to explore some of these topics around artificial intelligence. So I would like to hear from you. In contrast to just keeping the conversation about artificial intelligence, what do you think the impact of the data economy could have globally instead of just focusing on AI?
I think globally, it's a really interesting paradigm when you start to focus on it. So I'll give you some interesting stats about AI, and hopefully this will land when we think about the data economy. So this is not too far away as well, which makes it even scarier. So Europol did a stat recently that said by 2026, 90% of the content on the internet will be powered by AI, or be created by AI. That means 10% of that content is real. So when we think of the role of the data economy and we think of AI, yes, people will lose their jobs potentially, but there's this paradox at the center of this, is that actually without our data, AI can't actually exist or operate. So you could argue that the data economy is more powerful than the AI economy, because it's proven, and there are reports written by Stanford where they actually fed AI models with data generated by AI. Guess what happens? Those AI models started to stutter, they started to hallucinate, and they started to underperform. So actually, if this AI revolution is going to realize its true potential, it's going to require our data on our terms to make it work. And we talk about people losing their jobs. The reality is our data will fuel this next revolution. So as we think about losing our jobs for AI, we also need to rethink and go back to Brett's talk, which is we need to think about how work is created. So if the data that we create from the moment we're born has extreme value, could this be the means that we actually fund ourselves? But also, is this the vehicle that will fund AI and fuel it in the right way, rather than using data that's synthetic or fabricated because they suddenly can't get our data?
Very fascinating. Yeah. And so, Rodrigo, from the perspective of what is, like, you're leading digital transformation in for a number of elements of the Brazilian people. So do you have another point of view that you would like to share about the future of AI and how data economy can actually, to Michael's point, how it might actually even be more powerful than just AI by itself?
Well, I've mostly worked around public service. I am working in the Brazilian government at the moment. I think we need to talk a little bit more about government. I think I disagree, obviously, with what was said, that government is always going beyond into a mission creep. Or no, I think it's still the only thing. I think Leviathan, going Hobbesian here, is still necessary and still one of the only ways we can avoid total war, which was also missing in terms of being the fourth horseman of the apocalypse in Brett's presentation. War is all around us. So I think society needs to organize also its data. And I think government has a huge role in that. That's what I'm doing. We in Brazil are very focused on organizing what we call the national data infrastructure. Government is probably one of the largest creators and organizers, at least definitely are organizers, if creation is still up for debate, of data. And it has a role which goes beyond the inevitable but also doomed to fail search for regulation. Government is less about regulation than actual doing stuff. So all the data concerning benefits, all the data concerning labor stats, all the data concerning social assistance, all the data concerning all the resources we have for facing this climate crisis, because I'm only in the social side, there's all the other side of administrative data, tax data, revenue data, budget data. So all of this has to be put within this context as well. And I think it works very well because one thing that really irritates me is that whenever we talk about privacy or privacy laws, 5 minutes after the conversation starts, we go into how to stop government accessing our data. When I'm sorry, I don't see that much. What I really see accessing our data and dominating our data is big tech. So there's this imbalance there in perception whenever we talk about privacy that needs to be addressed in order to reach some of these goals.
I have to sort of totally agree with you. So I think even in my book, right, this is at the forefront in the sense that we need to look. So what is the role of government? Is to protect our citizens, right? So historically, government has, for the right reasons or the wrong reasons, been on the back foot because technology has exponentially grown and government just doesn't have the understanding or the skill set to keep up with what happened. You know, the joke has always been, look how long it took government to figure out what a cookie was, right, in terms of the regulator. And they tried their best then to put guide rails in place, but you could argue the horse had bolted. It's almost, as we end up in the data economy, we're almost looking to the government now to be 2 steps ahead. Be the guide rails and almost the people putting in the foundations in partnership with private sector and technology. Because ultimately, this is what it comes down to, is a collaboration between, it's not one side or the other, it's a collaboration. For people to safely use data, it's going to require governments to put the guide rails in and all the elements and the policies, and then it's going to be for businesses then to align to those policies and create innovations to make me want to share my data in the first place. Those are the critical components that make this work. And we often look at government, exactly to your point, as, you know, they are the problem, right? But the reality is government are also going to start leveraging data themselves as a means of improving public life for citizens because of the data that they can now get. Imagine being able to create a digital twin of a city, to be able to improve traffic flow through, improve lives of citizens, even maybe offering you as a data bond, where instead of me just now trying to figure out ways of generating new income, and we talk about retirement, I could issue a data bond as a government to get data from you, and as a consequence, you get better data, but better public services. So this is a historical moment where I think for the first time the government and business will work together, but government will be for the first time on that front foot.
That's perfectly said between the both of you, because like one of the things that we say at Drumwave is that we are at the perfect intersection right now, aligning big government, big tech, and big finance. So it's not that any one individual, one of those pieces of the triangle are going to solve this by themselves. It's through the collaboration of government, tech, and finance that we collectively can find some solutions. And you know, there's a saying that America will always get it right after exhausting all other possibilities. And I think we've kind of reached that tipping point now where we have, like we collectively now, everyone here, we have this opportunity to get it right. And so what is it that we're getting right? This brings me to the last topic I wanted to cover. Today we've talked about going from data privacy to data ownership, going from data poor to data rich. And ultimately, what is that in service to? It's in service to Drumwave being part of this movement to create data savings. And what will that help with? It will help with retirement begins at birth, which is a very provocative statement because we think of the gold watch at the end of a 50-year career, but what is it actually? Michael, let's start with you. What does retirement begins at birth mean to you in terms of data savings and the data that we all generate?
So I think we all need to, first of all, think about how much data do we generate every day. So these are some stats we probably don't even think about. So every single person in this room, whether they like it or not, generates about 1.7 megabits of data every second. And that is a fact. So whilst I've been talking, 5 million people search Google, right? That's the amount of data we are creating. So if we think about, there's also another statistic, by the way, that I don't think people have realized. Why is data ownership becoming more important? Because of what Apple did 2 months ago. They launched augmented reality. Now you may think that as just, hey, we've just launched augmented reality, but how much of human communication is nonverbal? 55%. So for the first time in my lifetime, I'll be able to record non-emotional data as a data set. So if I factor that in, the birth of a child is often known as the golden hour. That's where human emotion, breathing, new forms of elements appear. That child in that first hour will create 9 gigs worth of data. So if you want to know how much that is, that's 24,000 websites, pages of content. What is the value of that to that child if that data was invested in the first hour? And let's not forget, maybe their grandparents inherited them data, which has accrued over time and matured. So now, literally within that first hour of birth, research agencies may want that health data to improve health and education for all of us. They may want the feelings of those parents or whatever to offer them new things. But not only that, you've got the compounding effect of 90-year-old data that's been accrued in a savings portfolio for that child. So I think we cannot lose sight of the fact that the amount of data we create is only ever going to grow. The average person, by the way, in their lifetime, if they live to be 73, will create about 6 million gigabytes of data. Right, so bear that in mind. If that was the whole world, that's about 163 trillion pieces of data that could be created in someone's lifetime, or all of our lifetimes. So if we talk about data at retirement, it starts there because that's when we make our first data footprint. And for me now, the reason this is so exciting, this conversation today, is probably for the first time in our life, we have a way to store it and call it our own and generate income from it.
It's awesome. Mind-boggling statistics in terms of, think about just one individual. And in the video earlier today with our real-life Carolina and friends, someone talked about, like, what is my data worth or what can I do as an individual? Not much, but if millions of us, globally, if billions of us collect our data and use it for good, think about the impact it could have. So Rodrigo, same question for you, but I think Brazil is steps ahead of the United States in terms of PICs, open finance, Drex, the recent bill that has been introduced. And ultimately, this is all setting in place, as I said before, big government, big tech, big finance, working together to set the stage for people to actually have data savings accounts and being able to retire at birth. So I've kind of given away where my head is, where I'm heading, but would love to hear from you as a phenomenal representative of Brazil to speak on that topic.
Sure. If we talk about a new revenue source only with all these amazing stats, then we're not going to get there, because new revenue has appeared before. We have to discuss how we're going to use this new revenue. If it becomes just another source of concentration, another source of concentrating wealth and power, then all the stats, even if we reach Andre's amazing figures, will change nothing for people. So we have to discuss this. And unfortunately, we as limited beings, limited human beings, we have invented only two forms of working things out, basically, within society. It's either politics or bloodshed. And I know it's difficult to defend politics in my country and here in the US as well, in a sense, but it is the alternative to bloodshed. So we've got to make this work out somehow. Otherwise, none of this is going to happen. Retirement begins at birth should mean that your existence and your social existence, your social protection is all sorted out, so you can sort yourself out, you can sort your community out, you can expand your reach. That was a very interesting point when, quoting Aristotle, Brett was saying, where do we want to go? So UBI is not about eating some kind of brown goop or slop, as in science fiction, and then sleeping, waking up, and repeating it all over again. It's about where we want to go as humanity, and these are the challenges. This is the element. So I think the most important thing, I would rather this whole data thing as a new revenue source for whatever fails and flops completely, rather than it just being used to do the same thing over and over that we've been doing with our economies. So I think that's the choice that's facing us.
I'd love to build on that and say it's almost like we've got to take this moment to handbrake it and say, should we even be reevaluating what value means?
Exactly.
Right? So this is what the data conversation is doing, which I know we're going to talk about a bit later, is it's almost reframing, well, what is even value? What does value mean? If we start there, then all of a sudden things start to make sense. Because it's only until you start unpacking value and then realizing that what we carry around with us every day is that value, the next logical question in what's the intrinsic nature of that value, to whom and to when, and how do we use it to maximum benefit? That then starts a different conversation, I think.
Brilliant. I think that what that brings to mind for me is a conversation that many of us at Drumwave have had with Andre, which is we should be creating new values for value, right? And referencing back to Brett's presentation, we have a choice right now between a chaotic or ordered future. We have a choice between individual or collective. We have a choice now. Which direction do we want to go towards? And what is that future that we have the power now to build for ourselves? So with that, gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure to speak with the both of you. I'm so grateful that you spent time flying from all over the world to join us today for this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, look at this new area I found. So, while I am elevated, and while the conversation has elevated itself into the ideological and sociological, I want to bring it back down to tangibles again and start to move from this conversation about what the need is and what the current conditions are globally to the how this actually becomes real in a tangible sense, and specifically what Drumwave is going to be doing. And so for that cause, I'd like to welcome to the stage Varu Leakey and Patrick Harubi. We're going to tell us about Drumwave's plan and the D-Wallet platform. Round of applause for Patrick and Varu.
Hello, everyone. I'm Varu Leakey. I'm a program director at Drumwave. Joined recently. I'm excited in the journey. So.
I guess by elimination, you're a smart crowd. I'm the other one, Patrick Ruby. I've also recently joined. Happy to be here.
All right. So you heard so much about the vision. Oh my God, what's happening? You own your own data, data ownership, data saving, so many things. So what we are going to do? So as Andre mentioned, in that big 8, like, we have seen the revolution, the payment revolution. So where you are trying to move on from data to payments. So the future is that you mint your own currency, and also from internet to the PC to mobile. Now there is a new revolution that's coming on our way. That's a data revolution. We are going to talk about it. So as I said, mint your own currency with your own data. It's going to happen.
Well, it was interesting. I was in the coffee out there, and people were like, this is really interesting, kind of science fiction. Wake me up in 10 years when this is actually going to happen. So when is this actually going to happen?
As of now, it's going to happen. It's happening right now within our Drumwave world. What are we doing in the Drumwave? We are already building the rails for the data economy within our data platform, within our D-Wallet platform. We are already ahead. So we are going to enable the Carolina to own her data and also retire at birth. So that was our goal. How we are going to do it? Let me walk through on that one. So Carolina and everybody here has so much data. As you can see that you're sitting here also creating the data. You're moving and grabbing a coffee, having a transaction, you're creating the data. So you're breathing, you're creating the data. So much data has been created in the world. So now, how do you grab all the data into a single hand for yourself? So Carolina will, as soon as she gets the wallet, or everyone here is going to get the wallet, and then Carolina can see what all the relationships she has across the world that her data is being used by, okay? So she's going to request through our platforms. Our platform is going to enable and empower Carolina and everybody here to request for the shared custody of your own data. So for example, you buy a coffee in Starbucks, you are saying that, oh, I have my data is being held in the Starbucks repository. As Andre was saying, it's all in the cloud. So you are going to, Carolina will say that, hey, I want to own my data. How do I do it? Then she requests for the shared custody with her signature. So everything is happening in the secure and safe within the Drumwave platform. And how it's going to have, this is a sneak peek of our products and the many products that are there within our platform. So then after that, she will have a shared custody of her data across all the relationships that she has within the world. So that's what our platform is going to empower, and we already have all that information implemented in our platform. When is going to happen? Patrick? We are coming. Spring. Spring is the one where we are planning to launch in US and Brazil. That's our initial launches. But across the regions, 7 regions, we are coming very soon. So that's our plan. So another sneak peek I wanted to preview is that this is talking about the data ownership, right? So how Carolina can get her data ownership through the wallets. Now, just now you heard about the fireside chat where the Jorge was saying that data saving, we have a financial gap. How do we solve it? You heard about the data saving account. So how do we as a platform, we are solving that problem of data saving account is that every wallet comes with the data saving account. So right now, all the merchants will hold the data in their one with the consent of the Carolina and everyone who is sitting here. Own your own data through your wallet, and your data saving account will be there associated with your wallet. And then every time you create data, it will be there in your data saving account, and your data value keeps on growing. That's how you create your data asset, and the data saving account is there in your hand. That's the power we are creating within our platform. So we are ready for spring. Is anybody joining the party?
Well, I'm from Brazil. If there's one thing we know is about parties, so as you might have noticed, we have a US team. This is our headquarters where our founding team is located. We also have a presence in Brazil. And that presence is where a lot of our engineering work is going to be done. There's a lot of very good engineering talent there. And we also have the benefit of having a small business development team that has been working with clients. And I think we have some pictures here to show a bit
Next
of that.
slide.
So next slide. There it is. So we've been working with a few companies. We didn't ask for their permission to show their logos, so they're blurred over here, but you can see they're in many different industries. And collectively, we're touching 85% of the population of Brazil. That's the amount of people that currently are touched by the companies we have here. That's a lot of people. And by working with these companies for the past year almost, we've been able to figure out, okay, what are the use cases that will be enabled once we have this amazing, D-Wallet platform ready? And I work well with examples like this is all vision, this is amazing, but bring it down to earth. Like, what does this mean, like in reality? So we all have credit cards, I assume, and we use those credit cards to buy things online. Now, I'm going to guess some of you here are buyers of Candy Crush and other equivalents. How many Candy Crush or gamers are in the crowd? We have one there, two. We have a few. And there tends to be a few. A few of you are actually heavy spenders. A few of you might have spent maybe $1 in your life, but there are a few whales that actually drive the entire industry. And I know that because that's my previous background was providing advertising for these gaming companies, and they spend a ton of money trying to find these whales. Now, this credit card, your bank, knows who those whales are. They know. You're the one spending 100 highs every month on Candy Crush. That data is there. Now, imagine if you could approve to license that data to a gaming company to send you offers for new games. This is almost like you go to a casino and you're a high spender. They pay for your flight, they pay for your limo, they pay for dinner because they know you're going to spend a lot of money. So if you're a big Candy Crush fan, this is now the next company saying, hey, here's $100, come play my new game. And you're going to say, yes, why not? I'd like that. So this is the power that the platform enables is your data, your credit card data, is now used with your permission. You have the choice to do that, to receive offers, and you approve those offers. And when you receive that, you receive financial compensation that goes from your data savings account into your actual checking account. Real money that you have earned with the data that you've generated by being a big Candy Crush fan. That's one example, and we know that for a fact. We know the gaming companies want that data. We know the banks, credit card companies have that data, and we know customers now will have the option, if they want to and they choose by having ownership, by having the data wallet, to license that data and make money out of it. So that's one example. Another one that's, I guess that's one of my more interesting ones, because advertising, I think people understand intuitively. That's how sort of the web works since the beginning of Wired. We were talking about yesterday with Wired co-founder. How does that start? Digital advertising. Today, everybody understands that's how the internet works. But there are other uses of data that I think we heard from Brett about how traffic, we can solve traffic problems if we knew your data location pattern, for example. But health is a big one, right? So we're working with a big company, health provider in Brazil, and that health provider has not mine, but mammograms. I don't have mammograms, but there are mammograms in this health company. Now, that data is really important if you're a research company trying to find a new cure or treatment for breast cancer. Now, if that mammogram could be paired with blood data and your profile data to know that you're a swimmer or you're a smoker or what are your behaviors, that is even more valuable and could help find a cure sooner. But that's a data that today is impossible to sell. There are all sorts of laws and restrictions around that. You didn't give your permission to do that. Certainly wouldn't want that permission. But what if you were able and say, yes, I would like to volunteer my data to help solve breast cancer. I will allow that. Maybe you even get compensated for that, and you can donate that to your favorite cause if you wish. And now this big pharma company has access to this data and hopefully can find a new cure for disease sooner. So that's the kind of thing that is not just advertising, but it's in health, it's in all types of fields. These are examples from companies that we're working today that will be ready for launch early next year. So Varu is making sure we have a party, and I'm making sure we have the guests for that party so that it's ready and booming as soon as we launch.
Yeah. So as you heard, so our platform, from the Carolina getting a wallet, creating a shared custody between her relationships, and then getting an opportunities of her data to be like used by so many consumers already, or so many organizations. She is going to take control of her data, and then she has her own data saving account, and then that's how she is going to, we as a Drumwave are going to enable Carolina and everyone in the world to empower themselves to take control of their own data, and then at the same time, their data is secure and controlled by themselves, not by anybody else. As you have seen, we have a Brazil clients, partners already onboarded onto our platform, and we are looking for US partners here, so that we can build our own ecosystem, empowered as a partnership, co-partnership, and also innovation brings much more value to our data. So let's own our data. Let's rock it. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, friends, we are nearing the close of this morning's proceedings. In a little bit, we're going to have some lunch and mull this stuff while we munch. But prior to that, I'd like to invite Andre back to the stage. He's going to give a little preamble to our last guest. So round of applause for Andre, everybody.
Well, just before introducing Gustavo, right, can we just move to the next slide? This company is building the rails and the infrastructure for what we think is going to be the data economy, right? When we talk about paradigm shifts, it happens in very few moments in history. And most of the time, when you have a paradigm shift in this size, you can see huge companies being born. Those companies are full stacks. They're designed to capture value in all the layers of the stack. And they're pretty much focused in the interlocking zones in between the layers of the stack. That's the only way to create enough value and distribute wealth at the same time. When I was listening to Rodrigo and to Michael, there was a question always in between politics and big tech, big finance, is creating value and distributing wealth. Some people think let's first create value, then we can distribute later. I think we can do those two things at the same time with the stack that we're building. Right? I would like to invite here Gustavo Franco. Gustavo Franco is a former governor of Brazilian Central Bank. He has run the central bank at one of the most challenging times there. Inflation, hyperinflation, 80% a month. Every time I say this, especially to Brazilians, it's funny because we have created the first ever digital currency of the world. It was called URV. And Gustavo was the one implementing that by that time. I'm going to bring you your little thing here to help you with that. And thank you for coming, Gustavo. Make it all the way.
Well, good morning. It's working. I would like to start with a few disclaimers. First one about casting central banker to talk about the future is a bit of a contradiction. We're like conservative animals and pessimistic in general, always looking at what can go wrong. And in money, everything can go wrong, so that's our job to be pessimistic. So apologies for that. I will avoid that, but to the extent of my expertise, not sure how much. I have written notes available to all, not a PowerPoint. That's another shortcoming for me. Previous presentations have been, I have no ability to do that, so I have to do it with my own voice. Let's hope it works, right? And then they give me that huge topic, which is unmanageable for the last presentation before lunch, right? That's just cruelty, right? It's okay. I'll be very selective. In the spirit of the meeting, I'll throw one grenade and to make you think. And that's my job, right? I have three assumptions, few assumptions about what I'm going to say. The first is very controversial. It says, well, as far as money is concerned, the past tells you a lot about the future. It's pretty uncomfortable. Many people think that things happening now in terms of money and financial innovation are unheard, unknown. Not so much. In the history of money, we have had the same issues over and over again. And especially when fiduciary money was invented, it's what's called fiat money, pieces of paper. We kind of broke a barrier, leaving money ceased to be a commodity thing with value intrinsic to it, to become a representation. It is just like modern art, right? You started something to bring subjective considerations into representations of value, and then, you know, there's no more control, no more limit, better said, about what money could be, how values can be defined, and the job of the central bank becomes much more difficult, right? And a third consideration is that innovation comes by conventional channels in universities, R&D centers, and in countries in which governments invest into technology and research. But it also comes, the demand side of it is the urgency of extreme situations. My country is one case in which the extremities are like mothers of invention. We've innovated a lot in terms of payments, agility, all that Roberto has explained in his, well, has to do with the fact that we lived through hyperinflation, and that makes you kind of quick on your money decisions, or else you don't survive. So with these three considerations made, the one classic classroom question is that, well, now that you have said that everything that we are living have been seen before, please be specific on exactly how and where we have seen data ownership discussion in the past, right? That's the aha question that I pretend to answer in the remaining 5 minutes that I have, and I hope to leave you something to think about. The one situation that I think is pretty much like the one we are living now with data ownership discussions is something in one sentence called fractional reserve banking debate. Pretty technical language and old. This is 30s. Irving Fisher's wording on that. And that has to do with the fact that, well, banks create money and banks retain just a fraction of your money when you give them your money for them in deposits. They keep just a fraction. If you go there, see your money, it's not there. We have seen that a lot of times in history. They lend your money without you knowing what's happening, and that, that's produced problems in the past in a number of ways. So it's like history of bank runs and bank crisis runs as far back as we invented money, and the first bank started to operate. They discovered that not everybody comes to the bank at the same time to see their money, so they put that money to work to their favor, not to the owners of the resources necessarily, okay? So through time, especially in times of crisis, there's been anger about, well, banks going under and losing people's money, and that created a debate on perhaps we should forbid banks from leveraging. That's the modern term for fractional reserve banking. Or else they will commit abuses and lose your money, have problems. So in the 30s, there was something, a revolt of sorts against that, or people proposing new ideas to deal with the problem. And one of the most famous ideas was known as the Chicago Plan. Modern term for the Chicago Plan is narrow banking. Or in the 40s, it was like 100% reserves banking. That is, your money should be there 100% of the time, not sometimes, not only when you go see, right? So no fractional, 100%. That was the idea. Pretty radical, right? Never actually been put into practice because it would mean like the destruction of banking, and banking and capital markets have a utility for society, right? So we don't want to destroy that. But the tension was there. The people were not comfortable with the situation, and well, regulation followed a sort of compromising way of finding formulas for inserting prudency, transparency, and all that, accountability into banks. That's called prudential regulation, right? Through time, well, better than Finnish banks, try to put some discipline into their behavior, not to go bankrupt every 20 years and all that. And one of the major innovations in that regard was born in the Swiss city of Basel, where the Bank of International Settlements is based. It was a multilateral bank created in the 20s, having to do with circumstances that were no longer relevant. But that bureaucracy was there and has become like the bank supervision hub of the world. Like the World Bank and the IMF, the BIS is crucial for that thing called banking supervision that has to do with establishing capital requirements for banks proportional to the risks they take in order to avoid banks to take too many risks and lose other people's money and all that. And BIS created a succession of rules. They're not sovereign enough to impose rules on anybody, to just, do what they call the accords. Basel Accords 1, 2, and 3 made last 30 years, sort of put up rules for prudency and how sound banking systems should work, and each country should apply the way, it found relevant and useful for their countries, going through the legislative regulatory process, whatever. But the fact is that the leadership in prudential regulation emanating from the BIS has been crucial to tone down all the tensions related to fractional reserve banking, right? The same tension that we have with regards to data. So maybe that sort of template is relevant for what we are discussing today. When you go to a bank and make a deposit, in certain ways, ownership of that resource becomes a little restricted, confusing. Not that the money ceases to be yours, but if that bank goes under, where's your money? What happens, right? You are then a creditor, like every other creditor of a bank that may not have all the assets to pay you. So you may have to go to a queue with other creditors, right? So let's prevent this from happening. So the ownership thing is there, is very important, right? That's how far we can go with the analogy, right? A regulator body that sort of controls the extent to which banks can use your money to do their balance sheet leverage is very crucial, right? The bank lends your money to somebody else, you have nothing to do with that. They earn interest out of that money, they don't pay you, right? Because assets are separated from liabilities in the world of banking. It's working just like that in the field of data, right? Banks sometimes pay for deposits, sometimes not, mostly not. Demand deposits are free in most countries. Time deposits are remunerated. In data, well, some data is given for free or in exchange for services in a contract. Other types of data are remunerated as you upload videos in YouTube, or if it's music, well, why not? Every other data that is important is paid for. There should be a way to make them pay, right? That's more or less the lesson we are hearing this. How this will come up in the field of data? Well, I think looking at the fractional reserve banking experience and prudential regulation to banks will help. As a template, I see there are at least 5 rails of reform ideas regarding the data ownership, all of which sort of similar in ways regulation and legislation led with the problem of fractionary reserve. First is, well, academic research treating data as labor, embodied labor, imaginary labor, intellectual labor, but basically labor. There's books written and ideas, well, the blockbuster book of Daron Acemoglu, Simon Johnson on called Power and Progress has a chapter on that, and it gets ideas from earlier work from Jaron Lanier, Glenn Wheel, and they speak about data unions as a way, for instance, to create countervailing power to the giant tech companies, the tech oligarchs, as they've been named here, a union, right, to negotiate like it was a collective bargaining thing. That's useful because through history, technological progress was appropriated more by capital or labor according to negotiations like that. Why not? This could not be the case for data. Well, second branch was simply, well, taxing the excesses of those using excessively our data. And taxing targeted advertising is the one idea that is around. It's being applied here and there. Nobody likes taxes. Better to go to some other solution, but it's an alternative. Third is like the French Revolution. It was mentioned a while ago by Brett. I like the term techno-feudalism because, well, it's been used by a new blockbuster book by this fellow called Yanis Varoufakis. You may have not heard of him. He was Minister of Finance of Greece during the time of the Greek crisis in the euro. Very famous guy that drove a Harley Davidson, finance minister, first one in history, I guess. But he writes books, very good books, very provocative ones, and he wrote one just now called techno-feudalism. That same term has been used in the past by Glenn Will. It's been used earlier today by Brett King. I like the idea, the term, this language, when I remember, especially when I remember that feudalism has been finished by enclosures. That was establishing property rights on the commons that were not truly commons and social land. It was land of the lord that was used collectively in ways that the sharing of the proceeds of that land were not exactly fair, right? Enclosures, establishing ownership to the land was crucial to finish that system. I like that part. Number 4, it was mentioned by Roberto Campos Neto, open finance. The financial system has discovered that, well, they live in a sort of big monopoly. They are like the power company that forces you to buy all your appliances from their brand. Imagine that. If you did not have the choice of appliances, of any brands of toasters and stereos, and would have to buy them from your power company. That's more or less what happens in the financial system, but please don't expect banks to cooperate in finishing with that system. That's open finance. That, happens in many ways in many countries. It's going on, but it's going to take forever to happen truly, depending, of course, on the jurisdiction and the speed of regulators and the demands from people. It's a fascinating program, but it's hard. Well, and fifth, number 5, is exactly what we are discussing here, a sort of market-based or voluntary-based system through which there's a business model that allows people, that we have the technology to do that, allows people to claim ownership on the data they produce, and then there's intermediaries, brokers, agents, call it whatever you wish, but somebody goes there doing the bargaining on your behalf. That's, perfect. These 5 channels of relieving that same tension are not inconsistent. Probably the future will be like a mixing of all that. All that's going to happen at the same time. The future tends to be something very confusing. I don't know exactly. I'm sure that regulators like what we are discussing here. Something will happen. Hard to predict exactly what exactly will be the outcome. It will be better, for sure, for every one of us, I guess. That's my grenade. And I'm not using all my time, I guess, but that's my grenade. It's simple enough. There's many ways to do that. It has to do with something we've seen before in the financial system, yes. The ownership of money, the ownership of data, more or less the same. And thank you very much.
Round of applause for Gustavo. And just keep it going for all of our panelists. Keep it going for yourselves. This concludes the first portion of today. We're about to take a little break for lunch. We're not providing lunch, but you can go find lunch, eat some data. We're going to have lunch for about 45 minutes, and we're going to meet back here. Just a little check-in before we do that, though. How you feeling? You feeling good? Has this been a good experience? Has your mind been blown? If your mind has been blown, then let's do just one more of these just to humor me. So, ready? Ready? Yeah. Actually, let's do one more where we let it echo just endlessly into the future that is now. Ready? Okay. I'm going to do that for the entire lunch. So, just to sort of summate, we'll meet here in 45 minutes. See you soon. Thank you so much. Round of applause for yourselves.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start our afternoon session, so anybody that would like to take a seat, would you please come in now? Thank you.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to our afternoon sessions. I know everybody's coming back from lunch. Lots of people coming in still. My name is Bruno Aracati. I am Drumway's Chief Revenue Officer. And without... Thank you. And without further ado, I'm gonna introduce you to one of Drumwave's co-founders, Santiago Ortiz. Santiago couldn't make it here, so the same way, he prepared an astonishing video for us. Can you put the next slides? Yes. The name of the session now is The Fierce Urgency of Now. I think Nathan in the morning has spoken about the nature of the word fierce, right? Fierce. And Santiago, I met him about 6 years ago when I joined Drumwave. And when we think about the representation of data, I think he's one of the most amazing person in the world to talk about that. And in his presentation now, he's going to talk about the value of data, the power of combination, and I hope that you are going to be as astonished as I was when I watched this video presentation before. Thank you very much, and let's do it.
Hello, everyone. I am Santiago Ortiz. I am the Chief Data Officer of Drumwave, and I really hope you're going to enjoy my presentation. Thank you. I'm going to talk about two things, combination and value. And the idea here, what I'm going to try to convince you, is that value always comes from combination. Okay? So let's start with life. Best place to start. Over here we have 20 essential amino acids. We are built with this kind of Lego bricks, right? And it's all about combination, because even if they are only 20, by creating sequences like lipid chains of them, we build proteins. And proteins is essentially what constitutes life, right? It carries structure, functionality, movement, everything, right? So, and it's only 20 amino acids. And by the way, each of those themselves are built out of combinations in at least two senses, in two meanings there. One is the chemical elements, the atoms. There are around 100, that by combination can generate different molecules. And the other way to look at this and how the amino acids are built is looking just at 4 bases that when combined in triplets, each triplet defines essentially one of those amino acids. And then, again, from these combinations of amino acids, we get life, in this case, represented by brain cells, brain tissue, multicellular life, cooperation, signals, information, a lot of things going on here, including an emerging property, which is language and models of the world. And by the way, language itself could be seen as small and simple entities, 26 in this case for the English alphabet, sorted by frequency, that can be combined. So similar number of essential elements that can be combined. And of course, from combining these elements, you get everything. You get memory, you get explanations and models about the world, you get stories, you get fiction, you get history, you get speculations about the future. So again, small elements combined can create a new universe. Actually, I believe, and I'm going to try to show this through history, and not just human history, but the history of the universe, that every time that something really new happened, it was out of combination. So I have here this visualization that essentially starts with the Big Bang. And Big Bang is on itself a combination event. It's fields and forces, essentially. And from there, you get radiation, you get maybe 4 elementary forces, and that starts with a very low entropy or 0 entropy, right? And very early in the history of the universe, you have something that is actually called the recombination epoch, right? Where more complex elements such as ions and electrons, elementary particles start existing, right? And also the basic atoms, and there you have also the microwave background. So then with that, again, gravity that combines matter. Now I'm gonna move faster. You have life that I already mentioned that combines molecules, organic chemistry, meaning the amino acids. Then those cells, individual cells, start combining, and you get multicellular life. Then these cells themselves can also combine in new ways, not just by cooperation, but also one getting inside the other, and you get symbiogenesis. And that generates the eukaryote, the cell with nucleus. Animals and plants come from there. We come from there. New ways to combine information and organic chemistry, sex, of course. And this one, I like it a lot because life starts building models about the world. And the way it does that is by combining signals that are multimodal, because it's signals, sensors that capture information in very different ways: sound, chemistry, light, maybe detection of movement, things like that. And different types of data, when combined, creates a model of the world. And we're going to see this happening when I will continue talking about combination of data, right? Culture, which is not just for coming from humans, animals, even plants can transfer information for other individuals to use it in different ways. This is culture. Language, teaching, myths. Now we are talking about humans, right? Homo sapiens combining genes and culture and information with the Neanderthals. So 2 species, 2 hominid species combining, right? Writing, the idea of translate from language to language that also combines ideas, right, from different cultures. The printing press, the patents that by definition is a combinatoric structure, because a patent is always based in previous existing patents. So you combine those, you add new ideas, you get a new patent. And then you have globalization, which is all these phenomena that happening on a global scale. Encyclopedias, peer review publishing, the Industrial Revolution, which is really more, or the more important aspect of it is how ideas are constantly being combined and affecting and creating new technologies, scientific societies. Then even the theories about the world, the scientific theories about the world, start being combined. Maxwell equations, for instance, combines light with electricity and magnetism that used to be thought as different things. Then you have space-time, or energy and mass by general relativity. And then quantum mechanics also combine things that were thought to be very different. Waves and particles, 2 models of the world, now become just one, and in a similar manner, fields and particles, right? So it's in all the theories that these individual things carry, when combined, generate a new, better, unified, and more predictive theory. Computers, of course, these are machines even before being computational machines, I think it's combinatoric machines. The World Wide Web, which is kind of combining the idea of computation with globalization, networks of information, folksonomy, the end of the 90s, the PageRank algorithm by Google. I think it's also very important because it connects website with some criteria and allows also data to flow and be combined through the web. The large language models, more recent, it's also about combining. It's taking teras and teras of information, text, for instance, and now the model is capable of combining all those ideas and generate new ideas, but actually it's through combination that is actually possible. And finally, the last milestone I have here in this timeline is symmetric information market, which is one of the ways we can put what Drumwave is doing, which is creating a space for data and information to be combined, but in an organic, free way, and removing asymmetry and removing a lot of unfairness and other kind of obstacles or speculations from this to happen. And this, I believe, is gonna trigger incredible value for humanity. And this is what I'm talking here about, right? Let's go to data again. So we combine amino acids, we combine glyphs or letters or sounds to create language. And in this case, we're gonna combine essential parts of data, starting with very simple data types, numbers, strings, lists, then a little bit more complex, a radial kind of combination, numbers and lists creates list of numbers, etc. But still we are in the realm of 20-something essential components that when combined are capable of create incredible new things. So this is Studio is Drumwave's platform for data analysis, transformation, and of course, combination. And all those essential data types are here. All of these are, the big boxes are modules, and each module receives data in some form or another, one of those essential data types, amino acids of sorts, and there internally they are processed, converted into light, visualized, and then transformed, and then also flowing through new outlets and inlets, so it can be recombined in multiple ways in all sorts of direction. And very important here, and I think this represents a lot of Drumwave's vision in general, not just for our tool, but also for the vision of the data market, is data always flows, is combined, and has no barriers. In this case, for instance, if data comes here from my own wallet, yes, I just loaded one of the data sets from my wallet, and then comes here in this particular module where I can play, interact. If I do something here, some action, this action will impact the data that continues flowing from this point and on. So here, for instance, we have a network that is constantly and in real time being calculated out of this data, a more conventional table grid, etc. And data could be anything, right? It could be also video in this case, and here we have a model that is trying to in real time to guess what is the image being captured. It seems that my face looks like a snorkel or something like that. So data flows constantly, it's constantly being combined, and in our tools and in our vision, this is gonna happen at a global scale, and for the benefit of everyone. That's essentially the idea. Let's add two new data types that in a way change everything. money, and in this case, this represents data certificates, which are two new data types that can be also combined with everything else here in the original grammar. We call this a data grammar. And now what we have is, again in the studio, but we have new types of models here that use these new data types. So for instance, I can connect with my own checking account and connect money from my account to the exchange model. Or I can connect data certificates from the data certificates I own, and the exchange model will start exchanging, converting money into data, data into money, etc. I also can connect with databases of information here, real-time exchanges of Bitcoin. This is money that I can use to operate with data and to also create actions through the exchange, automatic transactions within the data markets, etc. So it's not just data apps, it's also value apps, because analysis, transformation, visualization now also can become active into the data markets. I can create manually, I can create designs for offers for my data, for instance. As a citizen, I can just design an offer, but instead of just make one exchange or manually buy or sell, I can create apps that will do that automatically, following certain logics, etc. So value and money comes into the organic speed of data, right? And look, money is an outlet. Money is information and is treated as such here, and that is very important also for a couple of things I'm gonna mention now. But before that, now I would like to introduce the DIM score, which is extremely important here because DIM is the way to measure value into the data. So DIM measures value in any data set, and you can do things such as measuring the DIM of an entire company by measuring the DIM of all their data sets. It's a universal value metric, and it's very resilient to market speculations because it's very tied, the metric is very tied to the data. So it's not really speculative. And because information is more fundamental, even than matter or energy, information is closer to the idea of value than anything else. Because money, for instance, is just a proxy for value, whereas DIM measures value, right? That's the idea. Without DIM, it's very difficult for different players in a market for data to really exchange, because they don't even agree on the value of those data sets they want to exchange. So DIM is really an essential tool for data markets. DIM reduces asymmetry for the new information economy. Everyone knows the value of what is being exchanged, so it's easier and more fair, and again, more symmetric. Is the opposite of what we have now, with data just being extracted without people knowing that certain companies are doing that. So it's very opaque, very obscure, and what is being done with that data is also very opaque and very obscure, etc. You know very well that. So, and this over here means that the value in data is very, very non-linear. And this is very important, and it's very connected with the idea of the power of combination, and how combination allows for new things to emerge, like with life or language. So the DIM of two combined data assets could be bigger than the sum of the DIMs of each individual asset. So non-linearity, right? The whole is greater than the sum of the parts. That happens with the value of data, and DIM as an algorithm that measures this value can be easily demonstrate that capability in a numeric way, because at the end, DIM is a number. So you measure DIM into data sets, then you measure the DIM in the combined data set. I'm going to talk later about how to combine or when to combine data sets. And the combination of data will unlock endless value. It's really a new economic era, right? So DIM, just a little bit of what is or how it works. In this case, we have a few examples. And the important thing here is that these data sets are very different for different reasons. So for instance, HEROES is a very small data set, but very good in terms of diversity of information it brings. And also it carries a lot of meaning, right? A lot of, probably because of being so narrative, and also because the impact community being very big, these are heroes that hundreds of millions of people recognize, etc. So if you look at heroes, it has a very low value of D. This is because its size is very small. It's just hundreds of heroes. So it's very small data set, but very rich, very diverse data, and very rich also in meaning. Whereas other data set that we have worked with is the Qualcomm Xtera in India. And in this case, it's huge data set, but more abstract, more opaque, more technical. So still a lot of information, a lot of meaning, but not as much as heroes. And taking into consideration all these, the DIM score of Qualcomm is still higher than the DIM score of the heroes table, but still heroes has a pretty decent DIM score. So this is the idea, that there are different ways in which a data asset can be valuable. In data is simple. We measure number of rows, number of columns, and frequency. Information looks into the structure of the data asset, and it looks into things such as entropy balance, redundancy being a negative metric. If two things are essentially the same, even if data-wise they are different, information-wise they are essentially the same. Example, list of names of country, a list of names of countries, and the ISO name of the countries. Data-wise, different, but it carries exactly the same structure, so that will be totally redundant, and this new column into the table won't add any information value. So this is the kind of stuff we measure in information. Interconnectivity, infodiversity, completeness, many things. A lot of those things actually tell you how much can you use parts of the data to predict other part of the data, right? When combined in information and in meaning, we compare each pair of features, all possible pairs, and we analyze using those comparisons. In meaning, it's more about, and here you need humans to provide an extra layer of information. You need origin, history, also diversity, but this time in meaning, the impacted communities, the use communities, etc. So it's more a human appreciation, but with a few metadata that some human adds to the data set, the meaning can be complete very quickly, and you get the complete DIM score. So a little bit about the current paradigm of value and information. What's going on now is that information is being extracted, and somehow that through ads or whatever is being converted into money, and money is being perceived as the carrier of value. This is essentially how things work now, right? And how things are perceived now. We are here turning in the other direction. We are reversing the paradigm. For the starters, is information what has value, not money. Then from value, you can convert value into money, of course. But then money, as I already showed you, money is just information. So it's the opposite, right? This is the new paradigm. It's a very different way to look into information value and money. A little bit about the non-linearity in DIM and why it happens, some of the explanation behind, without getting into the mathematics of it, which are, by the way, very, very interesting. It's one of the ways to look is through this image, where whenever you combine two data assets, there are new pairs that can be compared, right? So these 3 dots here are 3 features. These 6 dots on the left are other features from another table. You put these tables together, and there is potential for new prediction, for new comparisons, for new correlations. Sometimes, and now is in the realm of meaning and not in the realm of information. You have an actor here, and then an action over there. And you complete a story, a narrative, when you combine data assets. That's what I call gestalts or narrative emergency. A story is being completed when you combine, and that happens a lot. At Dwday, we have been working with, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of data sets coming from all industries, and it's always the same. Like when we start combining the data assets, when a new story and a new vision of the reality, a new perspective emerges, and you have entities that are connected through different kinds of relationship that happens through a combination, right? And the value engines are essentially methodologies and systems that whenever you have multiple data assets, will systematically explore all valuable combinations. So even if you have an entire market and you have these value engines exploring combination, new value will be discovered automatically all the time. So this could be very revolutionary, and it makes me think of the early life with the initial organic chemistry. It might have exploded because a few things start happening, and then the power of combination was systematically being explored by chemistry once and again, and this is how evolution happened in the early times of life. And the same will happen with data once we have healthy markets where combination can be explored, right? So this is AI for value, because there's going to be all sorts of artificial intelligence models and systems looking into those combinations. And even the recent large language models that are capable to analyze narrative and stories can look into the stories of independent data assets and detect an emergent story when combined. So that's at the meaning level. At the information level, it's more mathematical and more algorithmical. It's just systematically combining and looking for correlation, things like that. But if we cover, or this market, these systems cover all the levels, it's going to be an explosion of value, as I already said, right? Let me show you just one study case of the power of combination in data, and it's something that already happened. And these kind of stories are the ones that will start happening repeatedly, right? Non-stop. So diabetes type 1 is around 30 million people in the world. And by the way, the insulin costs are a very good representation of what happens in the current markets with value. When something starts saving lives, costs go up very quickly. Speculation, very fast, asymmetry. That's what you get, right? And that's what's going on with insulin. When you get diabetes type 1, your life expectancy is down by 10 years. I was diagnosed 5 years ago, I think. And this information was the one that scared me the most. And it was very sad as well. And I started researching, and the first thing I did was obviously start trying to get data. being who I am, believing in data and believing in combination, I start to combine stuff. And as soon as I got a sensor, which is something I have now, as soon as I got an insulin pump that I also have, I started getting information from this, the sensor and the actor. There you have a gestalt, there you have a system, a cybernetic complete system. And by combining the data, I started understanding my body, right? And predicting, and it became easy for me to start just living, right? Taking the food I want, etc., knowing how much insulin to put in my body at what times, etc. So this over here is essentially, this is data from the US alone. And these are different ages, people with diabetes type 1 at different stages in their life, from 5 to 75. And this is the level of glucose or sugar in their blood. And it's extremely high. It's very sad. This is especially teenagers. They peak over here. But even over here is already very, very high, very unhealthy. This point over here, this is me when I start combining data, okay? 40 something, and essentially a perfectly healthy level of sugar in my bloodstream. And this is through combination. So 2 data sets, glucose levels via sensor, insulin intake via pump, and then what it brings is that you have numerical relations and you have 2 ways prediction. You can use one to predict the other, and vice versa, of course. And you allow the patient to better plan for insulin administration, which is very, very challenging, especially kids, teenagers, is very challenging, right? Timing, amount, essential. It also gives you an understanding of how insulin works in your body, but I think it goes beyond that. It goes to also to understand your body in general. I use this data to start understanding what happens when I get into cold water, when I'm doing exercise, but I'm also excited, so there is adrenaline. So other hormones are also into the game. This complexity is now transparent, or more transparent for me than anyone, because I have the access to this combined data. So it provides a more complete perspective of action and reaction. And technology-wise, this combination enabled the looping technologies, which is essentially the artificial pancreas, right? So here we have a teenager that has the pump and the sensor, and they communicate. And this is, for me, is data magic. This is already saving at least hundreds of thousands of lives, or extending their lives in any case through the power of data combination. So some conclusions: combination is, I believe, the engine of value. It's what creates new things in the world. Every time that you see a new revolution, a positive thing coming, an emergency, a new system, is through combination. Value in information is very non-linear. The data economy will really begin when we start really combining data, because we have done that, as in the example, in the case I mentioned, have done that already several times, but the potential for combination now is beyond imagination, right? And DIM is very important here, because we need a measure of value, because if not, we will be very slow identifying what happened when I combine A and B. Is there new value? Well, DIM is the tool that let you know if there is new value or not in that combination, right? And I really believe a new combinatoric revolution is about to start, and this is gonna be crazy. This is gonna be a new economy. This is gonna be very beautiful.
Hi, everyone. What did you think about it? Nathan, I just stole your spot here. What did you think about it? Too mind-blowing? Very smart. What else? Very smart? Okay. Santiago ended talking about a revolution for a new data economy, right? And when we think about economy, one of the aspects that are most important is culture. And into the realm of culture, one of the areas that we find some common ground to express ourselves is music, right? This morning, we heard some pretty new songs, rap songs created by Nathan here, right? But throughout the 6 years that I've been working with Drumwave, every year, Andrea sends me a song that says, "Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper," right? And we've been whispering for so long, right? And during that whispering time, I asked him, "Andrea, what are you doing," right? 8 years ago when I met him. And he said, "We are creating a kind of a central bank, but for data," right? And when I come to this event here and I hear some grenades, I think the whispering era is just about to end, right? It's more, there's a little bit more noise now. And when we think about that, it is important to think about central bank as maybe a political entity, right? It's too political, right, when we think about central banks. But happily this morning, Rodrigo Assunção enlightened us, saying that either we have politics or bloodshed, right? So thinking about that, I'd like to welcome our next panelists here to talk about the International Data Reserve, which is an important part of the governance of the new data economy. I'd like to welcome to the stage Alberto Blumenschein, co-founder and Chief Knowledge Officer of Drumwave, Clarissa Luz, and Michael Clark. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. I'll make a little introduction here to connect us with this theme of the IDR, or the International Data Reserve. My name is Alberto Blumenschein Cruz. It's important that. And I'm a co-founder and I'm CKO actually at Drumwave. I work from Brazil. I still in São Paulo. I'm here just for this event now. A few words about IDR. The IDR is an international not-for-profit organization whose purpose is to directly or indirectly develop standards and support data ownership, data transfer, and data valuation policies that accelerate digital transformation and promote data economic stability and also international cooperation. Those policies are essential to increase data savings, productivity, job transformation, and economic well-being in the data economy, serving data agents, data owners, data exchanges, and data authorities across the globe. It is based in Bar, Switzerland, and was created to support the pursuit of sustainable monetary and financial growth for individuals and society through international cooperation in the data economy. It develops rules and standards for data ownership and valuation to boost the global economy through the governance of data value, accelerate job transformation and productivity, and promote research and betterment of the data economy. Our guests today are Clarissa Luz, and she's a lawyer with more than 20 years of expertise within top-tier law firms. She has a degree from the University of California, Berkeley, specializing in privacy and data protection, cybersecurity, and tech law, and also an intellectual property and international private law at Den Haag Academy in the Netherlands. In June 2021, Clarissa was selected by the Brazilian Data Protection Authority to advise on the future guidelines for data protection impact assessments about the LGPD, the Brazilian General Data Protection Law provisions. In the last 5 years, Clarissa has been distinguished herself as an outstanding professional in privacy and tech law in Brazil. Thank you for being with us, Clarissa. And we have also Michael Clark, which you already know from the morning sessions. But I would say again that Michael Clark is a maverick on the space of data, future value, and digital innovation, with over 2 decades of predicting cutting-edge technology solutions. Michael has revolutionized leading global companies by consistently tackling the world's most complex data challenges. His ideas have propelled these companies towards the future. His latest book, Data Revolutions, The New Currency of You, provides a path towards a future where individuals reclaim control over their data. Welcome, Clarissa. Michael, let's go to our themes. Let's start with, I'll make a question for both you guys. Recently, the White House has put out an executive order on AI regulation, and the World Economic Forum has published its data equity paper. What are the implications of this regulation buzz for the data economy as we know it, as we are discussing here today? Clarissa, please.
Thank you, Alberto. This legal buzz on AI, it is terrible for both data subjects, individuals, and for companies. First, because companies lack legal securityness, because they do not know if they are investing in an algorithm or a technology that will suddenly be out of date, violating the future framework of AI that is yet to come. So they're investing in something that might be illicit in a few moments from now. So this buzz and no legal framework is terrible for them. Although most of them actually, they do the data party. So they do not have the legal framework. So on the other side, if they have a good appetite for risk, they are currently using whatever they do have access to develop their AI based on data and whatever. They don't really care about what is coming because currently there is no violation. So, but for data subjects, it's also terrible because data subjects have their fundamental rights, which are to be protected, such as their data protection rights, their privacy rights. And while there is no law regulating the theme, their rights are at risk constantly. So it's terrible for both parties, for individuals and for companies. So let's see how it goes.
Thank you. And Michael, what is your perspective on that?
So it's a really interesting one. So I actually commented on LinkedIn when I actually saw it, and the first thing that jumped out to me was there was absolutely no mention of data in anything in that. It was all about the development of AI and how AI should be used, but the word data was completely missing as almost like a foreign object. It's still being treated as a byproduct rather than necessarily the fuel that powers AI. Interesting that also was missed was the opportunity to govern how AI is built itself. So it's an interesting emergence of two ways of building AI. So America is very much focused on very large language models, right? So if you think about ChatGPT, it's about 175 billion parameters in ChatGPT, whereas in China, the largest model is 6 billion. Because there's a realization that modular AI is more efficient and more controllable. So I think there was, and to your point, most organizations don't even know where to start when it comes to AI because most of the data is in silos and they don't even know what to do with it. Which then you wrap over data ownership into the story, and suddenly that becomes a very complex set of equations. The reason I talk about the size of AI is because we don't want to end up in a situation where we did with blockchain many years ago. The amount of energy it took to proof of work was so high because of the size of the cryptography. If our language models get so high, we could end up in that space. So I think there were a lot of things missing that could have been said. And to me, the glaring one was that the data story was not there.
Okay. Let's change the subject for data sovereignty. The data sovereignty seems to be a huge problem these days. Though regulation seems to be fragmented, each country claiming its share of power over data ownership rights. What are the challenges of connecting different cultures around a single set of governing rules? Clarissa.
There are many challenges, but I think the most important one would be related to culture. So if you impose a set of rules to each and every country, you will not be looking to their cultures, their specifics. So you have to take into consideration these different cultures when you set some rules for any of them, for all of them, I mean. So it's a human thing, right? And I think the IDR looks into that. The challenge, of course, will persist, will still be there. We have this challenge, which is to look into each culture. But the answer for that, and I think it is a simple answer, and Gustavo Franco brought it up earlier this morning, which is the central banks have their own set of rules around the world, right? Why can we not have a set of rules that will be like principles that would be imposed, but each country would have to look into their own cultures and do a tailor-made for their own cultures? And how can we do that? Of course, we would have to have within the IDR players that would do that, and they would belong to each of the countries, and it would be highly communicative, and we would look into those cultures together with players such as the stakeholders involved, bodies and authorities, data protection authorities from each of the countries, and they would, of course, be able to look into their own country and deliver the answer for themselves, look into their own culture, but also observing the high-level principles that would come from the IDR. So it's a challenge.
Yeah. Do you mean that we are going to have a lot of negotiation on that?
Definitely. We do already have, and we'll have a lot, even more. Yeah.
Okay. Michael, your position.
So I think very similar. I think you touched on the word principles, and I think there has to be principles, almost like an 80-20 rule, because we've also got to think about cross-border, right? So as a traveler with my data, I need to know what data I can take with me into another country. With my future hat on, maybe my wallet of the future will figure that out for me, right? I'll take those principles and my AI algorithm will remove the data that shouldn't be coming with me into that market, and I'm only taking with me the data I need. But I can only do that with a predefined set of principles. So in my other day job, I actually sit on what's called Gaia X in Europe, which is all about self-sovereign identity and the storage of data, where you end up with data pods for your financial life, your health life, even agriculture and manufacturing. So regulators around the world are starting to think about self-sovereign identity. In Europe alone, in the next 2 years, everybody will have a form of a digital identity of some kind. So we're heading to a place where at least 80-20 principles will be good enough, because then the rest then will be specific to a jurisdiction. But to your point, we need to get to a place where we all agree what those principles are, and then we can let the technology be our support system, because then it will figure out the complexity because those rules are easily understood. But I think that's where, I think the word's been used a lot today. It's about collaboration between not just the regulator, because we often blame government, and that came up earlier, but actually it's government to be on the front foot, but in partnership with all the players that are involved with how data is going to move, is going to make those principles a reality, but a long journey, right?
Okay, thank you. Let's move for the question of value, and this question is specifically for you, Michael. How can one value data thinking from the perspective of a global governing body? How do you think this could happen?
So this is like the great question after lunch, right? It's going into value. So this is a really difficult one because even when I was looking at the book and speaking to clients in my day job, value in data changes every minute and every day because value is different to one person to another. So we've talked a lot today about value as an asset in terms of something I save, but value is also in exchange. So I may exchange my data for a service. So it might be an experience on the internet, or it might just be I get 10% off my book because my data is more valuable now to the merchant because they can't get it. So now there's value in exchange. But ultimately, someone has to set the formula for the intrinsic value of data itself, which a governing body could do and say, well, my data is at this weighting and this amount. And then the market will dictate the price then, because that will vary, but at least it has a level intrinsic value number. Because similar to how the world works today, we have rating agencies, we have Bloombergs of this world, we have pricing data, all based on stocks and the way the businesses work. In the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to have the equivalent for data, where people are going to be rating data's quality, rating data's price, all of these things based on different circumstances, because not all data will be equal. In some environments, my data will be ever present, and its value might be low. In some areas, my data may be very high. Like my health data is unique to me and might be highly in demand. So, but I can see a government body or a third party setting an intrinsic benchmark that is consistent, and then it's down to the individual and the market then to decide what the value of that data is. I will say this though, by moving to data ownership, something more profound happens. We're actually flipping the supply and demand model, which is the underlying basis of economics. So today, if I want something, the market is the supply side. I am the demand side as the consumer. In the world of data ownership, I am now the supply side. The market is now demand. So this is the big shift, because now then the market will decide the intrinsic value, and the big difference is I am rewarded now in either more data, because someone's going to give me data, or I'm rewarded through smart contracts and other means of payment. So once we get the intrinsic value from government, other things happen that are much more profound, and probably other industry will emerge that even we haven't thought about yet.
Thank you. And Clarissa, for you, from the perspective of a global data economy, what could be the main challenges to establish an equitable table of norms, standards, and rules that includes the problems, the questions that raised by value?
Well, first, I would say that there is a challenge regarding extraterritorial scope of laws. So, for instance, LGPD, which is the Brazilian data protection law, and the GDPR have extraterritorial scope, so they do apply to data processing agents located outside of the original country of the law. Because of that, there might be conflict of laws, and there are conflict of laws while applying the laws. So this is a challenge when you set a set of rules that are different from each country, and so the consequence will be different in each country. But you can solve the problem by having international conventional, such as the Conventional 108 from Europe, which was intended to be something that would apply to different countries who signed that convention. So it applies abroad, it applies to all of the signing countries, and it solves this different situation, which is extraterritorial scope of the law. When we look into the IDR from that perspective, we need to have the same thing. So we need to have something internationally agreed upon that would be valid for all of the countries that are within the ecosystem or the IDR. So you can do that. You can do an agreement. You can do it like an international treaty agreement, like a kind of law. But again, we have to talk to the players, to the stakeholders, and it is interesting because from the vision that we have in Drumwave with regards to the IDR, it is actually would solve a lot of problems that we see today on AI and data protection, because you can bring together the stakeholders from the industry, which is what we do not see now. So how does a law get passed by a deputy chamber, for instance? In Brazil, we just saw this morning that André presented that a new law has been presented before the Congress in Brazil, but it will go through deputies, senators, the government, people that are not actually technically related to data processing activities or technology or nothing related to that. They are politicians. So in the IDR, what we see is getting together the data protection authorities, the bodies, the stakeholders directly related to data and directly related to the sectors involved. This would solve a lot of issues that we see today, for instance, with the beginning of your first question, which was, oh, there's a buzz on legal frameworks, but we do not see the legal frameworks. That's because the buzz comes from people not related to it. So.
Thank you. Your final remarks, Michael, please.
So I guess just to build on that, I don't know if this is true, but I don't think today even data is classed as property under the legal guidelines. So if we are going to move to the world that we want to, almost going back to first principles, isn't it? And going, well, what do we know to be true? So if data is property, that if we start there, the next question is, well, is data portable? Because if it's portability is my legal right to own my data and take it from whoever has it from me. So what does that mean? And then it has to be interoperable. So how do I move data between spaces and people and time? Because ultimately data is going to define where I've been, the places I meet, my experience, my identity. All of these things have to be factored into law. So it's almost building on a legal framework, but also then filling the gaps to say, well, okay, if now people own data, what does that mean? I think the other question that we need to consider is what's the transition plan then? So as people start to own their own data, it's not as if the tap can be turned off and all of a sudden these companies are going to give away all the data, because quite frankly, that's a lot of data. But there will be a transition plan. So this is where legal frameworks and legal come in, and governments, to make sure that that path is clear and those guidelines are in place. So I would think what you've heard today is quite obvious that the journey has begun. The next question is, how do then governments and legal and all the other parties involved continue this journey so it becomes a reality that we all want?
Clarissa, your last words.
Yeah, I would add that we've talked about the difficulties and the challenges of negotiating these terms and these treaties and everything. And as a privacy attorney, as an attorney for 20 years, I've been talking in Brasilia, in the capital of Brazil, with people that make legislation in Rio de Janeiro, in São Paulo, here, everywhere. And there is a great difficulty when you talk with attorneys, because attorneys, and I'm an attorney, so I can say that, we're not created, we're not developed, we're not used to create, right? We are used to deliver what the law states or interpret the law, but we do not actually create on a day-by-day basis. So when we hear about Drumwave's business and how it wants to change, transform and revolutionize how data has been held by companies and transform it, giving back to the individuals their ownership over it, well, attorneys do not even want to hear it because it's something totally new. So it's very difficult to talk about it, but I hope they are all watching this event and trying to understand that it's really something very revolutionizing and very important for data subjects, for individuals, It's not privacy, it's not data protection, it's ownership of your data. So it's something new, it's not on the law. We hope we believe we're doing something very good.
Okay, welcome to the revolution. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Clarissa.
Thank you, everyone. Now that we learned more about the governance part, I'd like to invite our next panelists. When Gustavo Franco in the morning said that every 20 years, banks created a huge problem for the world when they leverage too much, and I think that has to do with the velocity of money and the expansion, right? When we think about data, I think AI has the same potential to create bad incentives if we don't do it right. And to conduce that conversation here, I'd like to invite Mani, Maxim, and the enlightened here, Rinpoche. Please welcome to the stage.
Hey, everyone. So when Andre first asked me to moderate this panel, it was, I think, about a week and a half ago. And he said, hey, Mani, do you mind moderating a panel? And the theme is Machines Don't Die. Funny thing is, at that very moment, I was dealing with a code red because none of our customers were able to place orders. Why? Because our machine had died. So that got me going, and then the second thing that came to my mind was a joke that I heard a while back. You can call this a dad joke. So I'll just say it. Let's start with some levity. 4 engineers are driving down a country road, and suddenly the car sputters and dies. So the electrical engineer immediately says, "This is definitely a problem with the electrical coil. We need to go fix it." The chemical engineer says that was definitely a fool problem. That's what we need to fix. The mechanical engineer is convinced it's something to do with the gears or the transaxle. So the computer science engineer says, well, I think we should all just get out of the car, get back in, and close the doors. So if a machine does die, just reboot it. Right? So with that, I want to introduce you guys to the esteemed panel. Let me get my cheat sheet. So I'll start with Rinpoche. Born in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Rinpoche earned a degree in electrical engineering at the Universidade Federal de Rio de Janeiro, while also becoming a master in Brazil's rich healing tradition. In 1983, Rinpoche moved to the United States, and shortly thereafter was recognized by the 98 Gaiden Tree Rinpoche, the spiritual head of the Tibetan Buddhism Gelug school, as a master and holder of renowned Tibetan Buddhist lineage known as Segyu, therefore Segyu Rinpoche. Rinpoche today also directs the Juniper Integrative Care Clinic and co-develops Juniper's content and practices. Right next to me is Maxim. Maxim serves as the CEO and founder of an innovating AI startup called Sanas, which specializes in developing core models for instantaneous accent translation. Collaborating with numerous Fortune 100 companies, Sanas crafts a sophisticated communication platform that empowers users to speak and sound in any desired manner, recognized as one of the leading and best capitalized speech technology firms globally. Sanas is in the forefront of that industry. So, okay, I've made the introductions, but I don't think I can really do justice. So, Rinpoche, I'm going to allow you to introduce yourself, but here's my first question. I'm actually a Buddhist myself. I was born a Buddhist. I'm maybe not a good Buddhist, but I try to be a practicing Buddhist. And also, I've lived in the valley for the last 25 years. So I've met a lot of Buddhist monks, and I've also met a lot of electrical engineers. This is the first time I'm meeting a Buddhist monk that is also an electrical engineer. Can you enlighten us about your background and how that all happened?
Hi all. First of all, I'm lost into this ocean of discovery here. Yes, I'm not electrical engineer, but electronic engineer. My journey is very simple. In my first year of at the university, the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, I crossed on the hall, and they have a class about Fortran, a computer language. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Fortran. And I got the course. I love it. I love this. I love the way it is. And then, course is over. I want to use the computer. You cannot use the computer. And then I challenge the guy there, and then they say, "What's your name?" I say, "My name. I like your logic. I'll give you the password for you to use the computer if you become my assistant." And then he was changing the inner code for that. So anyhow, I learned the language of the computer, and then I get fascinating by using the mind into that. And that's where I finished my degree in engineering. I work, and then I want to change my life. I came to the United States to Berkeley, Berkeley, as you know. And then from there, I met one Lama. And by the way, the Lama is a master, and Geshe is a degree. Say all Geshes in the United States have the status of PhD. PhD in Buddhism philosophy. If people doesn't know much Buddhism, Buddhism is not a religion, but it is a science of the mind. It's to develop the mind of thinking. It's to develop the mind of see what's reality indeed is. And that's why I became fascinated by computer and fascinated by Buddhism. So, we talk so much about artificial intelligence and so forth. The computer die. What is my 1130 IBM? What is my 300? What is my COBOL? What is my assembly? What is my Fortran? So they die until some point, by the culture evolving, the machine evolving. And I think the artificial intelligence is the evolution of that. And data is the soul of the machine. It's the language of the machine. But that data and the soul will be proper if I, as a human, which put and generated the data, have the wisdom to put wisdom into those machines. And then we'll serve the society as a human, not as a just object, a statistical data, but it is a emotional data. And then we'll have a better world, better accountability, and better universe, I would say. So this is my introduction, how I get lost or discover in this world.
Excellent. So, Maxim, similar question for you. I want you to introduce yourself, but I'll ask you a question in the form of a story that when I first got introduced to you, and I learned what your company is doing. It reminded me of a phone call that I made to customer service. I don't know, Citibank, Comcast, one of those companies. I call customer service. After a while, they pick up the phone. And this guy is saying, hello, my name is Michael. How can I help you? I'm like, okay, this is what I need to do, but I'm pretty sure he's not Michael. So I wanted to kind of play around with the idea a little bit, and I said, hey, did you watch the cricket match yesterday between Sri Lanka and India? Because Sri Lanka won, which is very rare, by the way. India wins every single time. And he actually answered and told me exactly what happened. Okay, now I know exactly where you are, because there's only 2 countries that watch cricket in the world. So why did I think of that? Because that's actually the problem that Maxim's company is solving. Actually, his company is solving a much, much bigger problem. But, this little trivial mind of mine, that's what I thought. So with that, Maxim.
It's funny you mentioned cricket. I was in India. I literally flew back to the United States early this week, and I managed to witness the cricket World Cup championship between India and Pakistan, and it blew me away how competitive it gets. I felt I was in a bar, and I felt if I mentioned anything associated with Pakistan and support of Pakistan, I'd get something thrown at me in that moment. So it was a very funny moment. But yeah, I appreciate that context. A little bit about me. So I'm Max, originally from Russia. I grew up in Russia. My accent today is very different from my accent back when I first came to the United States, so it's changed. This whole immigrant mentality and this immigrant background is something that I brought going into Stanford. And I befriended a lot of folks at Stanford that ultimately formulated my perception, created my company, which is Sonus. And we started Sonus, frankly, because of an incident that happened to one of my good friends, this guy named Raul. Raul was a Stanford systems engineer, a really, really smart guy. And he was an international student originally from Nicaragua. And it just so happened that a few years back, his home country, Nicaragua, was going through a very tumultuous time period. They were going through a revolution, and the revolution ultimately, and the demonstrations from the revolution ultimately left his family in a pretty uncomfortable financial situation. And I don't know if you guys are aware, but Stanford and a lot of colleges in the United States aren't necessarily very kind for need-blind financial aid for international students. So he was forced to basically take a leave of absence from his education and go back home to Nicaragua to support his family. And what did that involve? He went to Nicaragua and he started applying to different software engineering positions. But the problem is in Nicaragua, they don't actually know what Stanford is. We all know what Stanford is, that it's a great school, but there when he was applying, he would get rejected because they see his profile, they see a person with no bachelor's degree because he dropped out, from an unknown college called Stanford applying to these positions versus all local known colleges and resumes from known colleges with bachelor's degrees. And he started applying to less conventional positions because he would get rejected from software engineering positions. He started applying to jobs in a contact center. And he got a job working in a contact center, ironically actually answering customer queries associated with broken computers. Day in and day out, sitting there, just Stanford systems engineers sitting there answering queries that revolve around, hey, have you considered turning off and turning on your laptop type queries? And what's fascinating is you'd think that someone that's so overqualified for this position would outperform everyone within a contact center. But the truth was actually quite distinct. He was underperforming relative to all the other agents, and the reason why he was underperforming wasn't because of a lack of knowledge, wasn't because of him not knowing what to say, it's because of how he communicated with his customer base. He had a very thick South American accent, which led to all sorts of bias, ranging from one end of the spectrum of full-blown racial slurs to the other end of the spectrum of people questioning his qualifications solely on the basis of how he sounds. And this whole thing was really heartbreaking for us, and we started building out these interesting algorithms before building out these algorithms, we started looking into the overall speech domain. We were looking into speech to text, text to speech, and then we noticed this other area called voice conversion. We were thinking to ourselves, voice conversion, accent conversion, they kind of sound alike. Let's build some voice conversion algorithms and see if this performs a task, right, similar to accent translation that would allow Raul to not experience the bias he experienced. And then we built a voice converting engine that converts a person's voice to sound like Batman. And then we started feeding Russian accent, I'm originally from Russia, right? Russian accented speech, Indian accented speech into these Batman voice converter engines. And what we got was an Indian accented Batman, or a Russian accented Batman as an output. And at that moment, we realized that we stumbled on a white space in the research world that was completely unexplored. And that's, real-time accent translation. We started delving further into this and ended up building Sonus. So it's a little about me and Sonus.
That's pretty amazing. I can only imagine the different applications there. Okay, so since we've spent all this time introducing ourselves, let's get into the first question. Max, this is for you. Actually, Rinpoche, I'll ask the same question to you, but let's start with Max. How do you think AI is going to change the power landscape? Let's start kind of around industry or employment as an example, but really more from the standpoint of how is it going to change the landscape for society in general?
It's all about power, right? So if you look at historically, where has power been centered around? In my opinion, power has always been centered around the entities that control the most data, right? That had the most context and the most information through which they could, synthesize and make good inferences. Initially, if you look at the power dynamics, it started off with government entities, right? They had the most information about the job you have, how long you've been working in the job, how successful you've been in that, are you making money, right? Specifically for the purpose of taxations. Then there's this interesting transition, new power hub that started appearing in the realm of finance organizations and financial entities, where they started collecting large amounts of data, similar data to government agencies, but plus, that revolved more so on the front of setting up interest rates, predicting default risks, and seeing the reliability of a certain person from that lens, from providing payments. Now we're seeing a big transition closer towards big tech, right, as of late, where how much time do we really spend nowadays on computers and on phones, right? Like, these little notifications pop up on your phone saying, you spent 8 hours on your phone in the past, on average, in the past week per day. You realize that every single button you press, every single website you visit, every single ad you look at, you ignore, that's a data point that they label. Every single search that you put in also, it analyzes what are your interests and what are you thinking about and what are your intentions in that particular moment. And so they gather so much data also, and they're able to synthesize this data and also process it. And interestingly enough, you start seeing like these similar transition from governments towards finance, where there's a presence of a certain level of regulation, and then governments towards likely big tech, which we'll likely see in not too long future. I mean, we saw with AT&T, right? I think the next horizon will probably revolve around artificial intelligence algorithms and giving people a certain level of control, right? Where these AI algorithms give people the ability to generate websites in an instantaneous basis. You'll start seeing more increases in open source artificial intelligence algorithms where you build algorithms that are so addictive. If you guys think TikTok is addicting right now, wait until you see the next generation of TikTok algorithms. You'll be swiping through TikTok nonstop. You'll forget to eat, you'll forget to sleep. You'll swipe until your finger turns into bone, right? It'll be like crack, right? That level of addictiveness. So it'll be interesting to see that power within anyone's hands, right? Where you could deploy these algorithms in an instantaneous basis. But yeah.
Thanks, Max. Rinpoche, I'm going to tweak the question a little bit. And is AI going to be, in your mind, good for society? Or let's steel-man it and see, can it also be bad for society? Pick whichever one. Give me a good version and a bad version.
Well, 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 well. I have to scratch my head. Both. Both. I really love technology. I really love technology. But it is a responsibility of the human which updated the technology, created the technology, and architectured the technology to bring wisdom inside the technology, rather than see how much money you have, how much you can to control the data. But people get trapped, sad. Money, have money, sad. Have the best, sad. And as you, a monk, or excuse me, a Buddhist, you see many people don't have nothing. They are happy. So I really believe into technology, and the artificial intelligence could be wonderful for have both those two worlds. The physical world in which we operate in our sustainability, but also bring us to the inner world to see the inner value. So I think if you develop more our inner value, we'll be able to see how precious we are as a human. And those tools could accelerate us to understanding that. So we have the benefits of, the computer, these things. When I grew up, when I born, my father has a telephone because he was a doctor. A line to see. TV doesn't exist in Brazil at that time, when I born. I see my TV when I was 6 years old. So now I have TV all the time with eyes and in that. So, yes, could be both. But it depends how we human will treat that. Because the artificial intelligence, it's our creation. So the artificial intelligence, that intelligence is the capacity to discern what is real, what is not real, what is value, what is not value. Not from the material world, but for us as a human, as a species. And then we'll be able to take advantage of that very powerful potency, which is the computer science, and the artificial intelligence as a model in the operating system of that machine, those machines.
Yeah, which I think brings up another philosophical question. So back to you, Rinpoche. Does AI have a conscience? Does AI have a conscience? Artificial intelligence?
Yes, in some way. The conscious as we give the information. So what means consciousness means? Is a capacity to discern our surrounding. So we, human, has these billions of neurons activated that. Then I can smell someone behind me. I say, oh, this is you. And I see one person say that. And the blind persons have this. So the computer will have that if you put those kind of wisdom into that. So the consciousness is a process of gaining the mechanism to understanding that. But then, again, that consciousness has the intelligence to discern what is real value for the human dignity and life or not. That's a question which I don't know. And as a humans, I hope the new generation will be able to figure out that and not to destroy the world before figure out.
That's deep. That's deep. So I'm going to ask you, Max, the same question, but let's a little bit differently. Let's kind of bring it down to a simpler level. So training an AI, my company is not an AI company, but we use AI significantly. We have vast amounts of data, so we have the good fortune to be able to use that to train the AI. And me not being an AI engineer, the way I kind of like understood is it's kind of like teaching your baby or teaching your dog. So I have a dog that is untrainable, but I also have a friend of mine who's big into hunting. So I have 2 dogs that are hunting dogs. They've been trained a certain way. Then there are these dogs that look like cats that are trained a certain other way. So is that overly simplistic, or is that effectively what you're doing? Are you training a machine just like you're training a dog? And how do you prevent it from being, how do you make it a cuddly dog versus I'm going to jump at your throat dog?
That's a good question.
I warned Andre, if you bring me on as a moderator, I'm going to make it difficult for everybody. I'm going to ask audience questions in a second.
And it goes back to the original question about like consciousness, right? Inherently, what these machine learning models try to do is, what they try to do is basically you feed data through a blank series of weights, and the goal of these weights are to learn how to effectively map the data that you have into a distribution. And then when you map this data into a distribution effectively, you start introducing new data that it hasn't been seen. And then it's able to learn effectively through the predetermined data sets that it's already seen and learn distributions on what is the best output for the new data that comes in, right? So it's kind of, it kind of just replicates the data that it learns off of. And going back to your original question regarding consciousness, right? Rinpoche kind of brought up the idea of intelligence, right? Like, I think these machine learning algorithms, what they do is they try to replicate intelligence, and they're definitely intelligent, but are they conscious? I think that's a separate question that is kind of hard to map, because I guess it kind of goes down to like, what is intelligence and what is consciousness, right? Intelligence has an aspect of compression, where you take information, you compress it, and then you learn patterns from it. And then each time you encounter new data, the patterns that you've previously learned are able to will help you guide in the right decisions. Consciousness has an element of awareness inside of it, right? You have to be aware or familiar as to what's around you, but it also has an aspect within it where like there's a desire to persist. There's a certain like a need for reproduction, right? In biological system, there's a clear methodology for reproduction, but for silicon chips, is there a clear methodology for reproduction? I'm not sure if that's possible. So going back, right, like I think the idea of consciousness and intelligence, it's not something that's discrete. I think it's something that's continuous in nature. And I don't believe that these AI systems will be effective in becoming conscious, because I think they'll get pretty close, but how well are they able to reproduce, right? I think that's something that's also a big question.
Excellent. So during lunch, I was taking a few walks around the block with 2 of my friends, and I was preparing for this session, so I kind of asked the question, is AI and robots going to one day, take over and kill humankind? And one of my friends very quickly was, no, absolutely not. I'm like, okay, well, that was pretty quick. Why? Why don't you think that's going to happen? And said, because we're already screwing the planet with all the climate issues, that's going to happen first. So that wasn't a very optimistic way to look at it. And in my mind, I'm thinking, what's going to happen even before that? way things are going right now, somebody's going to press that red button, and that's going to kill humankind. So maybe we don't need to worry about it. But let's be optimistic. Imagine a future where AI does all things that requires mental capacity and robots do everything that requires physical capacity. Imagine a future where, machines effectively do everything for us. And so in that future, what do we humans do? Let's go, Rinpoche.
Become a monk.
Become a monk is what he said. That's actually, can we end with that? Yeah, Max Rinpoche, anything you want to add?
He's not wrong.
I'm happy to become.
That's what happened at the debate. Now it's your turn.
So it's interesting, right? Like, I think short-term, there are a lot of government incentives that exist that really prohibit people losing work on scale. Like something that I've always heard, right? The call center industry is going to get automated, right? There are going to be intelligence agents that are going to be able to automatically respond to all your queries in a very efficient way. But then if you think about it, like the call center industry is around 10% of Philippines' GDP, right? And some say like 4 or 5% of India's GDP. Right? These are big, big portions of countries' economies. Imagine these entire countries' economies getting fully automated. Right? There are certain regulations and provisions that exist within these nations that prohibit a short-term automation. But I think what's definitely clear is long-term, this is a concern with respect to automation. I think there will be an aspect of job evolution that should appear, right? Like, for example, in the appearance of personal computing, individuals started, like new jobs started appearing, like software engineering positions, IT-based positions, jobs that previously weren't available are now newly created. Similarly, we'll see a similar transition in the artificial intelligence realm where there are new jobs, perhaps jobs associated with quality assurance, about analyzing the bias of these models. Data security jobs will definitely be even more relevant, and so on and so forth. But as this transition happens where individuals that are lower skilled, right, that have jobs that are, have a high propensity for automation, as they, get automated, there has to be some sort of a transitionary period where people have to learn new skills and adapt. For that, I think there will be a need of some sort of, income that every single individual has to have, right? A lot of people, it's contentious, right? A lot of people talk about universal basic income from a government perspective, but I think there are market-based solutions that can also exist for this in a very effective way. And I think the value of data in general will become a lot more relevant, right? The more fake news, the more fake content that starts appearing online, the more valuable real data will be, right? Because the last thing is you want to train the last thing you want to do is train artificial intelligence algorithms on generated data, because then you would just map the distribution of generated data, right? You won't really be as robust. So, yeah.
Let me
Yes,
say a few words here. Very quickly. I don't fear the future. If I pick it up at the slide from Santiago, which he put the perspective from the Big Bang up to now, we humans is 10 elevated a 1 or point something. We are very beginning. So we're still in turmoil and to figure out this world. But we will develop artificial intelligence, computers, and this and that. We're still very infantile how to develop a mind into this body, in our processors, to have a better intelligence, kindness, humanity will survive and will be around, and this planet will be preserved. So that's my view for the world, my view for that.
Well, there's no better way to end this, so with that we will end this. And thank you, Maxim. Thank you, Rinpoche.
Thank you. Thank you, Mani, for moderating the panel. Thank you, Maxim and Rinpoche, for the mind-blowing insights. Okay, now we are entering the last session of the afternoon. And I'd like to invite back to the stage André Veloso, founder and CEO of Drumwave. And he'll be conducting a fireside chat with the amazing John Plunkett, founder, designer of Wired Magazine. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you, sorry. This other one here, just a second. Well, it's not gonna work. Be prepared. Thank you for everyone that was here so far up to now. It's a long journey, right? It's a lot of stuff. Just gonna make a very quick introduction here. This is John Plunkett. Okay, this is John. Met him many years ago, and I remember when I was way younger, and I used to read Wired at the beginning, the first years, and that thing was amazing, right? I waited for the magazine every year, every month. It was hard to find it in Brazil. And eventually, I've learned that he was a founder, designer of Wired, right? Back in the days, John and his partner Rossetto, right? Louis Rossetto, these computers were beige. Technology, all the computers beige. And you guys said, computers are behavior, are fashion, are rock and roll, are... And then you guys created the whole zeitgeist for everything that just happened after that. So it's a pleasure to be here with you, John.
Thanks for inviting me. Well, I brought a few things along, just a very condensed and short history of the future. Let me see if I can get that. So in 1993, in January, the same year that Clinton was being inaugurated as president, we completed a 5-year effort of the classic startup trying to become the overnight success. Is this not on?
Yeah, it's kind of slow.
Oh, okay, all right. And so we had very little money to promote our first issue of the magazine, but what we had, we spent on these large fluorescent bus cards that drove up and down the streets of Manhattan and Boston and San Francisco and LA. And they had a message on them from Louis Rossetto, the man who conceived a Wired magazine. And the message was finally a magazine for the digital age. Well, that began a conversation in the media and advertising worlds about what the hell is a digital age. We were living in a world that was, it's hard to imagine now, but in 1993, everyone on the planet were people of the book, and people of the screen didn't exist yet because the screens didn't exist. So part of what we were doing with the magazine, and that's the first issue, where we feature the writer Bruce Sterling on the cover. The communication problem we had, the design problem we had, was that we had to use an ancient medium, a 500-year-old medium of ink on paper to symbolize a electronic world of the future that didn't exist yet, a world of screens, but no one knew what the screens would look like. The web wasn't going to come along for another year or two. The internet existed, but as text only, and mainly for college students and for the Department of Defense. But we tried to come out on the newsstand and do things to try to symbolize this electronic digital world we're moving into. We knew that we were living in a world built of atoms, and as our colleague Nicholas Negroponte would say, we were moving from a world of atoms to a world of bits. And so that was our job, was to get the word out. In fact, we boiled the message down. I'll go back to the bus card for a minute. Our whole editorial message, and in fact our sales message, it just boiled down to get wired. At this point in time, I think less than 15% of Americans owned a computer. Nothing resembling a cell phone or a smartphone existed. And as I said, the web was a couple years away. So for this first issue, we started it with a quote from Marshall McLuhan. Marshall was our patron saint of Wired magazine. And so this statement of his, he made 25 years earlier in 1968 as the first sentence of the first paragraph of his book, The Medium is the Massage. And this statement is still in the process of becoming true today, 55 years later. So what McLuhan said was that the medium or process of our time, electric technology, is reshaping and restructuring patterns of social interdependence in every aspect of our personal life. It's forcing us to reconsider and reevaluate practically every thought, every action, and every institution formerly taken for granted. Everything is changing. You, your family, your education, your neighborhood, your job, your government, your relation to the others, and they're changing dramatically. I find it extraordinary that McLuhan was able to see this in 1968, and that we're still really just getting to the hard part of this transition. And that's really what brings me full circle to being here today. We were so happy with the way this introduction with McLuhan worked that we decided we were going to do this with every issue of the magazine. So each month, Louis and I would sit down and try to figure out, well, what's the most interesting idea in this issue? And then we would make an advertisement for that idea. And our hope was that our ads for ideas would be a lot more interesting than the real ads. So this is one for a group who called themselves the Extropians, who were interested in sort of biotechnological evolution. And they made this point that technology has given us the power with which we can manipulate not only external reality, but also ourselves. Today, you can become whatever you want to be. So this is what evolved into mind grenades. So I guess that sort of brings us full circle here. There was another interesting story in this first issue of the magazine by our writer, John Browning, and the title of it was Libraries Without Walls for Books Without Pages. What would that be? That's where we were in 1993, trying to imagine those dancing screens that didn't quite exist yet. Our second issue, though, focused on the issue of privacy. This was a profile of John Gilmore and his colleagues, who of course are still around, and their concerns about cryptography, and I think their great concern was really more about government surveillance. At this point, nobody was realizing the degree to which corporate surveillance would become such a part of our lives. So at this point, the government probably saw Gilmore and friends almost as domestic terrorists, but we saw them as real patriots and then literally wrapped them in the flag. And so there's their whole group, and we had suggested to them that they put their public key encryption on their masks, and, but remain anonymous. This is another cover we did focusing on Stanley Kubrick's version of AI with HAL the computer. And I think none of us back in the 90s could imagine just how extreme things would get this 30 years later. And this cover was from 1997. It's hard to believe this now, but in 1997, Apple was about to go out of business. Jobs had been kicked out 10 years earlier, and the Pepsi marketing guy was just sort of driving Apple into the ground. And so we invited a number of writers to make suggestions about what could be done to save Apple. And so we did a story, sort of 101 ideas to save Apple. And the main one was bring Steve Jobs back. So I thought about the emotional connection that all of us Apple users had for the product and our fear for its continuance, and decided to treat the logo as sort of a religious symbol. And then we realized we could literally pray for two things, really, that Apple would survive, but also literally for the second coming of Steve Jobs. Now, the weird part is 1 month later, Steve Jobs returned to Apple. And we know there was a lot of reasons why, but we'd like to think we had maybe a little bit to do, at least with the timing of it. Johnny Ive saw this cover and thought it meant that he was out of a job and the company was over. He didn't see it as hopeful at all. But I look at this now, and I think you could put that AI eyeball from HAL in the middle of this image and still use the same headline. You know, I think we all need to pray that we are able to take AI in the right direction for humanity. So that's really the story of Wired. We were self-styled militant optimists despite all best evidence. You know, we looked at the media landscape and we saw that the journalistic habit of, if you're a professional, then you must be skeptical of all things new. And we thought there was space for one little magazine to just choose to be optimistic instead of pessimistic about the future. And we made that our job. But along with that, every now and then we would try to do an issue where we said, well, what could go wrong here? What could possibly go wrong? And we try to imagine, worst case futures. So today with Andre, I think I just want to end up with something about where I think we are today. I'm calling it 4 challenges. That's a polite euphemism for existential crises. And there's nothing here that we don't know about. It's now been 75 years since we blew up the first nuclear bomb. And as the world gets more and more complex, and as technology gets more and more complex, it becomes more and more dangerous that somebody's going to make a mistake. And so let's hope we remain lucky. Somehow we've remained lucky for 75 years. But the technology's not in favor of staying in front of this. So along with that, we now have at least a half century of, for the first time in human history, we have a whole generation, my generation, that's known for at least half a century that we're doing something that is destroying the planet in the use of oil and petroleum. We're destroying the air we breathe with the oil we burn, and we're destroying the oceans and the food chain with the insane amounts of plastic we're dumping into the ocean. But neither of those problems can get solved unless we can solve the disintegration of politics in our societies, whether it's Brazil or the US or the European Union or what's going on in the Middle East right now. Politics is disintegrating in front of our eyes, and it's a frightening time for all of us. But we can't solve politics unless we can solve social media, now compounded with AI. Governments are far behind on this. They've been persuaded by lobbyists that if they just tinker with some algorithms, everything's going to be fine. But it ain't the algorithm, it's the business model. And unless we can adjust this business model one way or another, away from surveillance of customers leading to emotional profile of each individual, and then we are all bought and sold to the highest bidder, whether they're selling dog food or political vision, it's almost impossible to solve the political question. So those are all dire things, but I want to finish with one mind grenade that's going back to a more optimistic view for the future. And it's really why I'm here today, is because I think what Drumwave and others around the planet are doing in trying to regain individual ownership of data, I think that is a great way to try to swing this pendulum back and put technology at the service of we humans rather than the other way around. So this last quote is from, I'm forgetting his name now, the philosopher at, Noam Chomsky, thank you. And these are images from 2001 Space Odyssey. But anyway, Chomsky said, if you assume that there's no hope, you guarantee that there will be no hope. If you assume that there's an instinct for freedom, there's opportunities to change things. There's a chance you may contribute to making a better world. The choice is yours. So I think, that choice is ours, and I'm optimistic that with people like Andre and Drumwave, we may be making the right choices. So that's my story.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you. Again, thank you for everyone that has spent this day with us here in this amazing journey, super intense, lots of content, lots of learning also. Before closing, I would love to thank the team in the name of CJ has worked like crazy to put this event on. Raquel and Chris, CJ turned this night, woke up, right? She didn't sleep. So Raquel and Chris, they needed to turn around days to make it happen. That's almost the end of the year, right? Varu, Patrick, Bruno, everybody that I'm not mentioning here, thank you. Nathan, that we just met like a few months ago, right? It was amazing. I never thought I was gonna be able to leave this. The most beautiful thing that I want to see happening is that when a child be able to be born with a data savings account. Because the day we deliver a child, the first baby that owns its own data, it's gonna be free. This baby would never have used any like other companies, other big techs or whatever. She or he will own its data and it will be born free. So data ownership for us, it's about freedom. Thank you guys. Thank you for this.